Your Excellencies, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, greetings of peace and namaste. Welcome to the International Leadership Conference organized by the UP of Korea, Japan, and the Asia Pacific. I am Eknath Dhakal, moderator for the opening plenary. On the foundation of successful World Summit 2020 convened in Seoul in February of this year, and a subsequent series of peace talks webinars held over the past 6 months, the Universal Peace Federation is convening its first virtual International Leadership Conference, ILC, on September 11 to 13, 2020, dedicated to the theme Opportunity and Hope at a Time of Global Crisis, Interdependence, Mutual Prosperity, and Universal Values. We have nearly 5,000 registered participants from 75 nations across the world participating in this ILC. In addition to this, we anticipate that thousands of UPF associates and friends will view this virtual ILC program through YouTube Live and other social media platforms. This ILC will convene in English and will provide translation in 9 different languages, namely Cambodian, Burmese, Indonesian, Mongolian, Thai, Russian, Chinese, Korean, Japanese. So please choose the language of your comfort. The ILC will address squarely the challenges while also promoting realistic and hopeful solutions. Speakers will address various critical challenges of our time and their solutions. Speakers will address the various critical challenges of our time and solutions. In addition to this, the ILC will also include the further discussion about the UPF founder Dr. Hak Ja Han Moon's proposal on forming an Asia-Pacific Union. The opening plenary will highlight the opportunity and hope at a time of global crisis. To begin with, may I invite following faith leaders to offer the interfaith invocation for peace. Representing Buddhism, Venerable Sobita, the President, International Buddhist Education Center, Myanmar. Representing Catholicism, Father Eliseo Mercado, Director, Institute for Autonomy and Governance, Philippines. Representing Hinduism, Dr. Shiva Murthy Shivachare Mahaswamiji from India. Representing Islam, Mr. Munurov Kut, Naib Imam Hajarit Sultan, the monks from Kazakhstan.
Today celebrated the International Leadership Conference hosted by Universal Peace Federation 2020 September 11 to 13. Firstly, I wanted to introduce myself. I am Dr. Bender Sobita from International Buddhist Education Center, Myanmar. On behalf of the Buddhism, I wanted to praise this conference and global community. Tabi Minuta, Awida Hondu, Abya Visa Hondu, Anika Hondu, Tuki Adanam Brigarandu. May all human beings be free from hatred, free from oppressions, free from any challenges. May they be happy, may they be free from suffering. Especially all participants who gather in this International Leadership Conference for the sake of the bringing peace to the world. May you be free from the sufferings of epidemic COVID-19. May you be to achieve, to realize the entire global peace, to have peacefulness of all human beings. May all leaders walk on the same platforms of attaining the development, solitary tranquillities of all nations in the world. Thank you so much.
God Almighty, the all-compassionate and the all-merciful, we invoke thy name to be with us as humanity faces a battle against virus whose spread and damage is little known to us. Help us and help those who are afflicted to be able to grapple with this crisis. We are reminded of the Beatitudes. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. We beg you to comfort those who are grieving over the deaths of the members of their family and the community. Be with us and with our scientists as they try to discover vaccine that will protect humanity. We pray together, all religious leaders of the world, under the auspices of the International Leadership Conference, begging you to give us the courage in these times of pandemic. Give us hope in these times of great distress and loneliness. But above all, give us life in the midst of deaths and spreading pandemics of this viral COVID-19. Bless us, bless our efforts, bless our coming together, because we do believe that through standing together that we will be able to brave the present and prepare for the future. It is in coming together in prayers that we will be given hope, courage, but above all, life, so that we will not only care for one another, help one another, but above all, build a new future under Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
UPF International Leadership Conference. مرحبا بكم، أهلا وسهلا. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، الرحمن الرحيم، مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين، اهدنا الصراط المستقيم، صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. صدق الله العظيم. شكرا. Thank you.
Thank you, all respected interfaith leaders, for their invocation for peace. Now we will view PowerPoint presentation prepared by Universal Peace Federation International Office, Newark, covering historic activities of UPF worldwide from its founding 2005 to present 2020. What a great work for world peace. Thank you, Universal Peace Federation and our founders, Father and Mother Moon. Next, we have invited 3 leaders representing UPF Korea, Japan, and Asia Pacific to offer the opening remarks. First, I would like to introduce Professor N.R. Moon, Chairperson of the UPF Korea, as well as Hyojong World Peace Foundation for her opening statement. Professor N.R. Moon, please.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, leaders from Asia-Pacific region, I am honored to greet all of you today through the UPF ILC 2020 webinar to commemorate the 15th anniversary of the founding of UPF and the 8th year after the passing of late Reverend Sun Myung-moon, who is the co-founder of UPF. At the start of this year, we dreamed of a hopeful future for mankind. But we are now faced with the natural disasters resulting from climate change and the unexpected coronavirus pandemic, which has spread extreme confusion, division, and fear worldwide. Countries have been making efforts to overcome the global crisis, but it has been confirmed that we can never find a solution with national egoism, which puts only one's own country first. Therefore, through this ILC webinar, we can cooperate to overcome this global crisis centering on the principle of interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values. The co-founder of UPF have predicted that all civilization will come to fruition as Pacific civilizations. The Atlantic civilization, which was developed around the Christian foundation in the past, has lost its original values and has fallen into a civilization that takes from others and conquers. Therefore, the co-founders have emphasized that the Pacific civilization should not exploit and dominate others. Instead, it should become an altruistic civilization whose motivation comes from Heavenly Parent's love that gives to humankind continuously. After the passing of Father Moon in 2012, co-founder of UPF, Dr. Hak Ja-han Moon, has been reinforcing cooperation through the formation of alliance in the fields of religion, politics, academics, media, economy, through worldwide rallies of hope, World Summit, and ILC in each continent. She has also led continuous peace movements to realize the vision of peace and Pacific civilization. Furthermore, in 2019, she proposed the formation of the Asia-Pacific Union, which will come to play a central role in the realization of world peace during the Japan Summit and Leaders Conference in Nagoya, Japan. The proposal has been further developed through the Phnom Penh Declaration that resolved the launching of the Asia-Pacific Union at the Asia-Pacific Summit in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. The Asia-Pacific Union is based on common cultural values of the Asia-Pacific region, filial piety, family, and faith. And it will provide an opportunity for countries to come together, to cooperate, and to unite in order to resolve the global difficulties we all face together. Peace-loving leaders, Madam genuinely asks all of you to go beyond the limits of only human-centered thinking and deeply consider what heaven wants for us. Let us work towards achieving cooperation and solidarity in the Asia-Pacific region. May God bless your family and your nation.
Thank Thank you, Professor Ena Moon, Chair of UPF Korea. Next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Masayoshi Kajikuri, Chairman of the UPF Japan, as well as Executive Director of the International Highway Foundation, for his opening statement.
Distinguished leaders, good afternoon. On behalf of the UPF Japan, I would like to offer a few words of greeting. First of all, I congratulate you to have convened this International Leadership Conference with leaders of various walks of life across Asia, in commemoration of the 15th anniversary of the Universal Peace Federation. As you know, thanks to the dedication of ambassadors for peace and many friends with common aspirations toward a peace UN as advocated by the founders, Dr. Seon-myung Moon and Dr. Hak Ja-han Moon, UPF has been able to expand its network and accomplishment throughout the world. The focus of the founders' ideal has been the realization of one human family under God, the common true parents of mankind, while everlasting peace would be built by practicing true love of living for the sake of others. Since the inception of UPF, Dr. Moon has emphasized on Pan-Pacific civilization on the basis of certain maritime orders for peace. Inheriting her husband's legacy, Mother Moon has been enlarging the network of leaders who have echoed to the founders' vision of peace. At the Rally of Hope held last year in Nagoya, Japan, Mother Moon finally reiterated a vision of Asia-Pacific Union and international coordination system for lasting peace among the Asia-Pacific nations, including Japan, Korea, and the United States of America. On the 15th anniversary of UPF's establishment, I find it very meaningful that all of us from Japan, Korea, and Asian countries have gathered together in response to the founders' vision of peace, engaged in sincere deliberation on the post-COVID-19 global system, and dedicating our thoughts and wisdom toward realizing the vision of the Asia-Pacific Union. I do hope that this conference will greatly contribute to enhancing peace and prosperity in our region and the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Reverend Masayoshi Kajikuri, Chair of UPF Japan. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Chung Sik Yong, Regional Group Chairman of the Family Federation for World Peace and Unification Asia Pacific, for his opening statement.
Your Excellencies, Dr. Thomas G. Walsh, Chair, UPF International, Professor Yeon-ha Moon, Chair, UPF Korea, Reverend Masayoshi Kajikuri, Chair, UPF Japan, Honorable Eknak Takal, Chair, UPF Asia Pacific, Honorable Bhubaneswar Kalita, Chair, IAPP South Asia, Honorable Kazi Firoz Rashid, Member of the Parliament and former Minister Bangladesh, respected religious leaders, Ambassador for Peace, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of our UPF co-founder, Dr. Hak Ja-han Moon, welcome and thank you for attending this first virtual international leadership conference. The Universal Peace Federation was founded by Father and Mother Moon 15 years ago. After launching UPF at Lincoln Center in New York City on September 15, 2005, Father and Mother Moon traveled around the world personally, launching chapters in as many as 120 nations over a period of 4 months, risking his life to lay the worldwide foundation for UPF. Since then, UPF Asia Pacific is on the forefront, working to solve social problems and bringing peace in partnership with the governments of Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, Myanmar, Nepal, Palau, and more. Over the past 2 years, UPF organized Asia Pacific summits in Nepal, Cambodia, and Palau with the presence of Mother Moon and several heads of state and government, as well as first ladies dealing with the timely issues. Even under the COVID-19 lockdown and self-quarantine, UPF chapters in Asia Pacific are busy serving their communities and hosting virtual peace talks programs on current critical issues. In our recent virtual summit, 8 current and former heads of state and 5 first ladies delivered keynote addresses to an audience of 6,000 registered participants from 106 nations. Father Moon passed away in 2012, and we are celebrating the 8th anniversary of his ascension. Father Moon's wife and lifetime partner for 52 years, Mother Moon is now taking the leadership responsibility for their worldwide movement. Thank you for supporting her efforts to advance the cause of global peace by being part of this conference. Recently, UPF formed 6 associations to help give more focus and make it more effective. This ILC has incorporated this new structure into a conference format. As you can see, the sessions are organized along the lines of heads of state and government, women leaders, parliamentarians, businessmen and women, academicians, media, and religious leaders. A special session on news and students will conclude this conference. One of the Mother Moon's main projects for UPF in Asia Pacific region has been the call for an Asia Pacific Union. She first mentioned this in Nagoya, Japan in October 2019. A month later in Phnom Penh, Cambodia at the Asia Pacific Summit, and Prime Minister Samdech Hun Sen supported this initiative. Most recently at the Rally of the Hope online summit on August 9, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, acknowledged Mother Moon's efforts to further the cause of peace, specifically noting the Asia Pacific Union. The purpose of this union is to find common ground among nations in this region and set a standard for world peace. Traditionally, these Asian Pacific cultures promote the virtue of filial piety, support the centrality of a family, and foster freedom of faith. We need to restore these universal values because monetary and military power alone cannot be the foundation for lasting peace and development. History is a witness that physical assets by themselves encourage self-centeredness and greediness, which is inherently destructive. In his autobiography, Father Moon said that a true life is a life in which we abandon our private desires and live for the public good. Excessive individualism is destructive because it violates this most fundamental principle. Only when we learn to live for others, practice a life altruism, can we develop institutions, societies, nations, and a world that is peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable. This is the reason the family is so essential. It is called our first school precisely because this absolute and eternal principle is taught here. The family is where character is developed, where loves are learned, where life is conceived, and where lineages are handed down to the next generation. These moral and ethical values need to be at the heart of the Asia-Pacific Union. In closing, I would like to once again thank you for taking time from your busy and important schedules to be with us at this conference. May God bless you, your families, nation, and our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chung Yong, Regional Group Chair of FFWPU Asia Pacific. Next, I would like to introduce Honorable Bhubaneswar Kalita, Member of Parliament from India and one of the senior leaders of the Indian ruling party, Bharatiya Janata Party, as well as chairman of the IAPP South Asia, to offer his congratulatory remarks. Honorable Bhubaneswar Kalita, please.
Mr. Chairman of ILC 2020, panelist speakers of this opening ceremony, and all the attendees from all over Asia Pacific and the whole world. Namaste to you all. On behalf of my great country, India, I would like to greet and congratulate Mother of Peace, the UPF co-founder, Mother Moon, and UPF entire team for organizing this virtual ILC in the midst of this corona pandemic. Had there been old new normal situation, we would have been gathered in Korea during this time in remembrance of Holy Ascension anniversary of late Father Moon and commemoration of 15th founding anniversary of UPF. I'm glad that even though we are not able to meet each other at this time, it's great a blessing of modern technology that we can continue such great events virtually. COVID-19 made all the existing global crises gotten worse to worst. But every crisis comes with newer opportunities. No matter how big the problem and crisis occurs, we can still see the another side of the problem and can find newer hopes and opportunities. I congratulate UPF for organizing this significant conference, highlighting the same idea with the theme Opportunity and Hope at a time of global crisis, interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values. From the very beginning of the pandemic emergency, our Prime Minister of India, Honorable Narendra Modi, took the challenge of COVID crisis as a great opportunity for building self-reliant India. So during India's fight against COVID-19, our Prime Minister declared, India will fight Corona and win the war against it. Pandemic will make India self-reliant. Our Prime Minister further explained, I quote, the definition of self-reliance is changing in today's world. Today, it is about self-centered approach rather than people-centric approach. This is not India's philosophy. India's culture is about becoming self-reliant, whose soul is, world is one family, end quote. Yes, the soul of India is world is one family, cited as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in the oldest scripture of the world. And it gives me immense pleasure to seeing UPF advocating the same philosophy through such huge efforts all around the world. No matter how much the people and the countries fight each other, there is no option of dialogue for peace. All the problems and the crises in the world can be settled through dialogue, centering on the idea of interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values. In this era of 21st century, no individual, no societies, and no country can survive in isolation. We have no option other than interdependence for achieving mutual prosperity. For this, we need to find the common values and ideals applicable to the universally as the universal shared values. This is the idea whose time has come. Though COVID seemingly has terribly divided this already divided world, it's equally a rarest opportunity to forge greater unity for the sake of future generation and building a world of lasting peace. Once again, I congratulate UPF for unending efforts for global peace and harmony. Thank you all.
Thank you, Honorable Bhubaneswar Kalita, Member of Parliament from India. So before I invite our special guest from New York to offer his greetings, first let us watch a special video presentation prepared by Universal Peace Federation International.
UPF had its inaugural assembly on September 12, 2005, at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Reverend Sun Myung Moon delivered the keynote address.
In closing, I ask you to devote your best efforts for the development and the success of the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you. Thank you.
After UPF was founded, there was a series of world tours where the message of UPF was taken literally to every corner of the world.
That it is time for all nations and religions to break down their barriers. Through this, the era of one family under God will arrive and last forever.
UPF is God's cherished hope. The founders spoke repeatedly of an international peace highway connecting the world from Santiago, Chile to London, across the Bering Strait, what has come to be known as the Peace Road, and a vision for a renewed United Nations. UPF emerged on the foundation of decades of programs initiated by its founders and carried out in all parts of the world. Its growth and development over the past 15 years has been dramatic, if not miraculous, owing in large part to the work of tens of thousands of ambassadors for peace, peace activists, and volunteers who draw from all nationalities, religions, ethnicities, cultures, and traditions, bound together by a vision of peace, a vision of humanity as one global family under one God. The range of programs over the years has been both broad and expansive, from character education to strengthening the family, from conflict prevention to conflict resolution, from poverty reduction to environmental stewardship, from interfaith dialogue to youth service initiatives, from support of the United Nations to partnerships with the African Union and a wide range of international organizations and NGOs. UPF has a global, multinational, multi-faith network of more than 100,000 ambassadors for peace who support and contribute to the mission and works of UPF. UPF's highest award, the Leadership and Good Governance Award, has been given to distinguished leaders the world over. The World Summit Series is UPF's flagship program involving the highest level of leaders from around the globe, including current and former heads of state and government, to address the critical challenges facing humanity.
Very appropriate that we are here on the 100th anniversary of Reverend Moon's birth, because out of the devastation of World War II and the Korean War, he and his bride found the courage to dream that they could achieve something. And it is amazing what they have created together.
Programs have been successfully held in Korea, the USA, Senegal, South Africa, Nepal, Cambodia, and other nations. The most recent structural innovation within UPF has been the creation of a set of associations dedicated to collaboration among leaders from various fields. These pillar associations are: the International Summit Council for Peace was initiated by UPF co-founder Dr. Hak Jahan Moon in 2019 on the occasion of World Summit 2019 in Seoul, Korea. ISCP is an international network of current and former heads of state and government. The International Association of First Ladies, IAFLP, a project of the ISCP, affirms and uplifts the unique role of First Ladies in contributing to peace and development. IAFLP brings together current and former First Ladies from throughout the world, drawing upon their experience and wisdom as women leaders and as role models who serve their countries in significant ways. The International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, is a worldwide association of parliamentarians which provides a forum to bring their experience and wisdom to bear in the search for solutions to our world's problems. UPF maintains that any successful strategy for peace must take into account the spiritual dimension of our human identity, experience, and interactions. Based on this worldview, UPF initiated the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD. The International Media Association for Peace, IMAP, represents a worldwide professional network of journalists who support a socially responsible and moral media. IMAP recognizes the vital role that journalists play in providing objective reporting to foster an informed citizenship. The International Association of Academicians for Peace, IAAP, is a global interdisciplinary academic initiative aimed at contributing toward the realization of a world of lasting peace. IAAP is dedicated to building professional networks for academicians to foster a world of peace. The International Association for Peace and Economic Development, IAED, affirms the role of businesses, business leaders, and investors to make the world a better place. In early 2020, UPF convened a rally of hope featuring dignitaries including Pastor Paula White, Cambodia Head of State His Excellency Hun Sen, President Macky Sall of Senegal, former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper, former US Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and many others.
I believe that the Universal Peace Federation and its broad set of partnerships in the realms of politics, religion, academia, media, economy, arts, women and youth serve as a good model. I believe the Universal Peace Federation will become a cornerstone to build lasting peace around the world and the heavenly unified Korea based on interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values.
Celebrating 15 years, UPF will continue to grow through service, dialogue, and collaboration, guided by its spiritual and moral vision of one family under God.
Wow, what a remarkable works for world peace. Thank you, our co-founders, Father Moon and Mother Moon, and the Universal Peace Federation worldwide. Now, let us welcome Dr. Thomas G. Walsh, Chairman of UPF International, as well as Board of Trustees of the University of Bridgeport, USA, and Chairman of the Sanhak Peace Prize Foundation for his special greetings. Dr. Thomas G. Walsh, please.
Thank you, Honorable Eknath Dekal. It's a pleasure to be on this panel with Chairman Jung-Sik Yong, UPF Korea Chair, Yona Moon, UPF Japan Chair, Reverend Kajikuri. It's a privilege to be with you today at the outset of this very important ILC 2020, sponsored by the Universal Peace Federation. We have held many ILCs over the years, but this is our first virtual ILC. This ILC is taking place across the globe, and concurrent programs are taking place in 3 geographic regions. Here in the Asia Pacific, as well as in the Americas, and finally in Africa and Europe and the Middle East. There are altogether more than 30 sessions involving more than 200 panelists, including head of state, women leaders, parliamentarians, religious leaders, media, business leaders, and academicians. In February of this year, we convened the World Summit 2020 with several thousand distinguished leaders from 170 nations. And at that time, our co-founder, Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, spoke of the need for the world community to reorient itself by moving away from exclusively materialistic and self-serving objectives towards spiritual, moral, and other serving objectives. Only in this way, she argued, will the world find its way through the challenges we face. Her message was delivered before we learned of the impact that COVID-19 would have in exacerbating many of the world's most serious challenges, such as climate change, poverty, social disorder, conflict, to mention a few. In the wake of the COVID, we have seen increased disruption and growing threats affecting the world economy, the so-called balance of power among nations, and even the stability of our societies and our common life together. Even extremist ideologies thought to have been buried in the ashes of previous world wars have seemingly risen from their graves. The COVID-19 crisis has caused many of us to reflect on similar times in history when pandemics seemed to accelerate instability and even chaos, impacting great civilizations such as ancient Greece and Rome, as well as Europe in the Middle Ages. For many, the current time is troubling, discouraging, even tragic. Our goal with this ILC 2020 is to explore our way forward. We will consider how we might turn tragic circumstances into opportunities to correct some of our collective deformities and dysfunctions as humanity, such as extreme inequality, injustice, failures to take responsibility, corruption, disrespect for each other and for the environment. How can we build a better world working together in a spirit of mutual cooperation? How can we rediscover the common ground, the core values that bind us together as one family of humanity in such a way that our particular identities, our ethnicity, nationality, race, gender, religion, and worldview, as important as they are, do not divide and separate us, do not undermine the greater solidarity that is essential if we are to solve our most serious problems. UPF underscores values of interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values. Interdependence indicates that we are bound together as one people, and that what affects any of us in some ways affects us all. Interdependence suggests the need for cooperation over competition, collaboration over hegemony, common cause over quests to divide and conquer. Interdependence affirms mutual respect and the universal dignity of every person. In an interdependent world, nations seek peaceful resolution of conflict, and they seek multilateral agreement. All cultures, religions, and civilizations, valuing all human life, mutual respect, avoiding violence, commitment to peaceful resolution of conflict, responsible care of the natural world, the environment. We are moral and spiritual beings. When we lose sight of this fact, we decline, even when it appears that we are strong and powerful. Without a moral or spiritual foundation, that strength, that power will decline. In this sense, religion is extremely important, serving as the wellspring for many, if not all, of our world's core moral principles. I hope that during this ILC 2020, we can give attention to these principles. These are the guiding principles of UPF, rooted in the vision of our founders. Our deliberations, and most importantly, your insights and recommendations, can give hope to this world at this very critical time. Moreover, your interventions here may point the way forward toward a brighter future, a future that we all seek and long for. In closing, I want to say how proud I am to work with such wonderful friends and colleagues in the UPF family. I also want to add a word of deep appreciation to Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, whose leadership, guidance, and vision made not only this ILC 2020 possible, but the entire work of UPF possible. together with her beloved husband, Reverend Sun Myung Moon. UPF was launched 15 years ago. 2005 seems, on the one hand, to be in the distant past. On the other hand, it seems like yesterday. We lived in a very different world when father and mother took the lead in founding UPF and carrying its message to the far corners of the earth, north, south, east, and west. Its growth and development have been nothing short of miraculous. It has a mighty wind at its back that derives from more than human effort or human intelligence. You may call it a zeitgeist or a Holy Spirit, but in any case, it is at play. We feel the guidance and the blessing of heaven, and we pray that we can remain faithful to the founding vision, acting always in service to the world, to the ideal of creating a world of universal peace, one family under God. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas G. Walls from UPF International Office, Newark. So we are almost now in the conclusion of our opening plenary of International Leadership Conference 2020, jointly organized by UPF Korea, UPF Japan, and UPF Asia Pacific. I would like to also recognize the presence of Dr. Robert Kittel, the chairman of IAYSP, who is the rapporteur of ILC 2020. So before we conclude the opening plenary, I'll give you a brief overview of the ILC 2020 program. The program of the ILC will feature program sessions that highlight the work of 7 UPF associations: International Summit Council for Peace, ISCP, International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD, International Media Association for Peace, IMAP, International Association of Academics for Peace, IAAP, International Association for Peace and Economic Development, IAED, and International Association of First Ladies for Peace, IAFLP. We have invited 78 permanent scholars and leaders and activists as our panelists. So they will be speaking over the 3 days ILC. Based on their deliberations in ILC and participant recommendations, our drafting committee, led by Dr. Robert Kittel, will present and we will adopt a resolution during the closing session of the ILC. We welcome all of you to participate in all the sessions. The 3-day ILC will conclude on September 13. Next session is centering on the International Summit Council for Peace, a forum for current and former heads of state and government. We have various former heads of state and government. They will be speaking after 1 hour. It will address the topic, opportunity and hope at a time of global crisis, leadership and governance. As I mentioned it, that it will start after 30 minutes. You are all invited to participate. So with this, one more time, I'd like to thank all the panelists and our respected religious leaders who came and gave their blessings and expertise and wisdom at the opening plenary of ILC 2020. Thank you very much. This concludes the opening plenary of this ILC. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Okay, Honorable Eknat, so we already stop the live streaming now. Please remain in this Zoom link for the ISCP. Thank you so much. So many, right?
Julius, do we have the group photo now?
Your Excellencies, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, greetings of peace and namaste. Welcome to our International Leadership Conference, jointly organized by the Universal Peace Federation, UPF, of Korea, Japan, and Asia Pacific. Universal Peace Federation holds general consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. We have more than 5,000 registered participants coming from nearly 75 nations all over the world who are joining us via Zoom and YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us today. I am Eknath Dhakal from Nepal, Regional Chairman of UPF, an International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, Asia Pacific. I'll serve as the moderator of this session. This session is organized by the International Summit Council for Peace, ISCP, an international forum for current and former heads of state and government. The theme of this session is Opportunity and Hope at a Time of Global Crisis, Leadership and Governance. The International Summit Council for Peace, ISCP, was initiated by UPF co-founder Dr. Hak Jahan Moon on February 8, 2019, on the occasion of World Summit in Seoul, Korea. ISCP is an international network of current and former heads of state and government who, through dialogue and collaboration, explore solutions and offer recommendations to address the world's critical problems, including climate change and the environmental issues, religious conflicts, poverty, war, corruption, and family breakdown. Before I invite our distinguished panelists to address this ILC, let us briefly watch video presentation from UPF International featuring its worldwide peace activities.
UPF had its inaugural assembly on September 12, 2005, at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Reverend Sun Myung Moon delivered the keynote address.
In closing, I ask you to devote your best efforts for the development and the success of the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you. Thank you.
After UPF was founded, there was a series of world tours where the message of UPF was taken literally to every corner of the world.
That it is a time for all nations and religions to break down their barriers. Through this, the era of one family under God will arrive and last forever.
UPF is God's cherished hope. The founders spoke repeatedly of an international peace highway connecting the world from Santiago, Chile to London, across the Bering Strait, what has come to be known as the Peace Road, and a vision for a renewed United Nations. UPF emerged on the foundation of decades of programs initiated by its founders and carried out in all parts of the world. Its growth and development over the past 15 years has been dramatic, if not miraculous, owing in large part to the work of tens of thousands of ambassadors for peace, peace activists, and volunteers who draw from all nationalities, religions, ethnicities, cultures, and traditions, bound together by a vision of peace, a vision of humanity as one global family under one God. The range of programs over the years has been both broad and expansive, from character education to strengthening the family, from conflict prevention to conflict resolution, from poverty reduction to environmental stewardship, from interfaith dialogue to youth service initiatives, from support of the United Nations to partnerships with the African Union and a wide range of international organizations and NGOs. UPF has a global, multinational, multi-faith network of more than 100,000 ambassadors for peace who support and contribute to the mission and works of UPF. UPF's highest award, the Leadership and Good Governance Award, has been given to distinguished leaders the world over. The World Summit Series is UPF's flagship program involving the highest level of leaders from around the globe, including current and former heads of state and government, to address the critical challenges facing humanity.
Very appropriate that we are here on the 100th anniversary of Reverend Moon's birth, because out of the devastation of World War II and the Korean War, he and his bride found the courage to dream that they could achieve something. And it is amazing what they have created together.
Programs have been successfully held in Korea, the USA, Senegal, South Africa, Nepal, Cambodia, and other nations. The most recent structural innovation within UPF has been the creation of a set of associations dedicated to collaboration among leaders from various fields. These pillar associations are the International Summit Council for Peace, was initiated by UPF co-founder Dr. Hak Jahan Moon in 2019 on the occasion of World Summit 2019 in Seoul, Korea. ISCP is an international network of current and former heads of state and government. The International Association of First Ladies, IAFLP, a project of the ISCP, affirms and uplifts the unique role of First Ladies in contributing to peace and development. IAFLP brings together current and former First Ladies from throughout the world, drawing upon their experience and wisdom as women leaders and as role models who serve their countries in significant ways. The International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, is a worldwide association of parliamentarians which provides a forum to bring their experience and wisdom to bear in the search for solutions to our world's problems. UPF maintains that any successful strategy for peace must take into account the spiritual dimension of our human identity, experience, and interactions. Based on this worldview, UPF initiated the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD. The International Media Association for Peace, IMAP, represents a worldwide professional network of journalists who support a socially responsible and moral media. IMAP recognizes the vital role that journalists play in providing objective reporting to foster an informed citizenship. The International Association of Academicians for Peace, IAAP, is a global interdisciplinary academic initiative aimed at contributing toward the realization of a world of lasting peace. IAAP is dedicated to building professional networks for academicians to foster a world of peace. The International Association for Peace and Economic Development, IAED, affirms the role of businesses, business leaders, and investors to make the world a better place. In early 2020, UPF convened a rally of hope featuring dignitaries including Pastor Paula White, Cambodia Head of State His Excellency Hun Sen, President Macky Sall of Senegal, former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper, former US Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and many others.
I believe that the Universal Peace Federation and its broad set of partnerships in the realms of politics, religion, academia, media, economy, arts, women and youth serve as a good model. I believe the Universal Peace Federation will become a cornerstone to build lasting peace around the world and the heavenly unified Korea based on interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values.
Celebrating 15 years, UPF will continue to grow through service, dialogue, and collaboration, guided by its spiritual and moral vision of one family under God.
Thank you, UPF International, for this beautiful video. So during this ISCP session, we have 5 global leaders who have served as president or prime minister in their own respective nation, and also other global leaders will offer the keynote address on this ISCP session. And also I am accompanied by Dr. Robert Kittel, the chairman of the ILC 2020 drafting committee, and also our Secretary General, Mrs. Ursula McLachlan, and Dr. Julius Malikdem, the event manager of ILC 2020 Asia Pacific. So now let us welcome His Excellency Anote Tong, the President of the Republic of Kiribati from 2008 to 16, Sunhak Peace Prize laureate, and a world-renowned leader in the battle against climate change for ocean conservation to offer his keynote address. President Tong, please.
Let me begin by acknowledging the presence of all who are here. And once again, we are joined together virtually today to reflect on the state of the world we share, of the world we live in. So the question we ask is, what is it that we can say about the world at this point in time? And of course, without hesitation, COVID-19 comes up as the issue of today. A pandemic which is causing the greatest disruption to the way of life in our different parts of the world. A pandemic that's really demonstrated how truly fragile our world can be in spite of the technology and all of that we have. For those 27 million people who are now currently infected with the virus, for those 900,000 people who have lost their lives, and for those in different parts of the world who are in one way or another impacted by what is happening today. We have come to realize that no matter how prepared we think we are, we remain vulnerable to whatever it is that we have not done correctly. As a region, the Pacific and its people have always enjoyed a relatively peaceful lifestyle, more so than most other countries. Yet, what has happened with the COVID-19, with the virus, reminds us that no matter how isolated we believe we are not immune to what is happening in different parts of the world. Some thousands of miles away, there was a mistake with the handling of the virus. Yet, here we are, impacted in many ways. The economy is being destroyed, ways of life being affected. For me personally, it has meant that I've been locked away from my home, from my family, for the last 6 months. Let me now focus on another challenge which I believe we should also never put on the shelf simply because we are so preoccupied with the pandemic. Climate change remains, I believe, the greatest challenge to humanity today. In spite of the agreement that was reached in Paris in 2015, we are nowhere near meeting the targets and the commitments that were made in 2015. And the consequence being that all of the projections, the more dire projections that the scientists have put forward, are now becoming to be realized. On the ground, in different regions of the world, we are witnessing the melting of both polar regions. Earlier this year, we are being told that there are bushfires in Siberia. Last year, Australia experienced the most severe bushfires that it has ever experienced. And in different parts of the world, here in the Pacific, we continue to experience more intensive storms than we have ever experienced in the past. And so the question that we must ask ourselves is, how do we deal with this? Because climate change, unlike COVID-19, cannot be dealt with. Either we cannot find a vaccine to deal with it, nor could it be remedied. But once climate change and all of the negative impacts that have been projected begin to take effect, we are looking at a cataclysmic disaster, which many have projected would mean the end of human civilization as we know it, with little prospect of the world ever recovering from it, either in the short term or in the medium term. Let me also focus on another major challenge and threat to peace that is real and growing intensity in its likelihood. The growing militarization in the South China Sea is a new event. There are allegations that it started becoming intensified following the pandemic, and it's running at its highest at the moment. We are seeing superpowers in conflict and with increasing escalation on a daily basis. The saddest component of this event is that there are superpowers involved, and more than one country has the nuclear capacity to destroy the world. And we can understand that any outbreak of conflict in the region is most likely to escalate into a nuclear conflict with disastrous consequences for all of humanity. So the question that we are asking ourselves as people who try to broker peace is, what are the prospects of ever brokering peace, given the challenges that I have referred to? How do we deal with it when the world is heading towards destruction and on the edge of conflict? Even the United Nations, which was established following World War II to avoid these conflicts, is beginning to find that it is unable to deal with this effectively. So as concerned citizens, as people with a stake, as people with a future, whose future will be at stake, what is it that we can do? This is what we're here to discuss. How do we deal with this? Do we wait for the United Nations to deal with it, given and knowing that it's not being able to deal with it effectively? Do we allow those that are in conflict to go ahead and continue on the path they are pursuing? Or do we take a proactive strategy? I believe that if we allow this to go unchecked, then we are sure to have a catastrophic outcomes, whichever one of the challenges we are talking about. Climate change, unless we can deal with it, unless we can come to terms with what is needed to deal with it, then we are definitely heading towards a certain path of a destruction. Already, some of the more vulnerable countries are already feeling the impacts of climate change. If ever there should be an outbreak of nuclear war, we know that there would be destruction never, ever witnessed before. The one thing that I can say runs in common in all of these conflicts is the human factor, the ability of people to do something about it. The ability of people who are now actually responsible for escalating it, and the ability of them to de-escalate if they so wish to do so. And I think the challenge for us as those who we believe can contribute to brokering peace is to facilitate that. How do we do that? And I think this is the challenge that we're here to address. Quite frankly, I don't have the answers, but let us analyze the problems and let us ask the questions that needs to be asked. In conclusion, let me wish you all the very best as we move forward in trying to deal with the challenges of today, which will decide whether we have a tomorrow or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President Tong, for your message. And also, thank you so much for your sincere work for ocean conservation. Just to remind you about translation, this ILC is convening in English and providing translations in 9 different languages, namely Cambodian, Burmese, Indonesian, Mongolian, Thai, Russian, Chinese, Korean, and Japanese. So please choose the language of your comfort. Next, I'd like to invite a senior His Excellency Paramananda Jha, Vice President of Nepal from 2008 to 2015, to offer his keynote address.
Dear Mother Moon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen from throughout the world, please accept my gratitude for your warm invitation. Despite such unfavorable circumstances, it is a remarkable achievement to organize this summit and provide us the opportunity to express our views on such an important topic. The organizers deserve applause for this timely event. I am fully aware of the recent series of peace summits organized across the world, where Mother Moon has emphasized repeatedly the importance of interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values. These are essential building blocks toward peace. I have been honored to participate in a number of regional and international conferences organized by the Universal Peace Federation. Recently, it was my privilege to address a global audience to nearly 1 million people from 106 nations at the virtual summit organized by the International Summit Council for Peace, Asia Pacific. On that occasion, 13 world leaders, including 8 current and former heads of states and governments, along with 5 first ladies, called for world leaders to put global interests above narrow nationalism. Mother Moon is to be congratulated for providing this platform to amplify this urgently needed message around the world. For our collective future, it is critical that we have our priorities clear where global interests are given the highest importance. As we all know, the world is going through great turmoil. The rise of ultranationalism and racial discrimination is isolating people and dividing our human family. We are at the crossroad where we must choose the path that embraces the world as a global community or the destructive path of extreme individualism that alienates us from each other. I firmly believe that the first choice, that of becoming global-minded citizens, is the correct path to follow. It will ultimately lead us to the creation of a world of peace and sustainable development. To do this, we need to embrace the reality of our interdependence and mutual prosperity. This must be based on universal values which are rooted in the family, such as love, kindness, peace, freedom, social progress, equal right, and human dignity. Therefore, I would like to express my strong solidarity and support to the Rally of Hope. I believe that the voices of world leaders and other influential international figures echoed at this event will serve as the building blocks in laying the foundation for a heavenly unified world. In closing, I would like to applaud the role of Universal Peace Federation and its founding figures, the late Dr. Sun Myung Moon and his wife, Dr. Hak Ja Han Moon, for their relentless efforts and invaluable contributions for the good of humanity. I am confident that the principles and values shared by UPF will help unite people and will bring lasting prosperity and happiness in the lives of the citizens throughout the world. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Vice President Jha. Next, let us welcome a senior politician, His Excellency Maithripala Sirisena, President of Sri Lanka from 2015 to 2019, to offer his keynote address.
We all know that the world is facing
අමතන ගෞරවනීය රාජ්‍යනායකවරුනි, නෝනාවරුනි, මාතෘුනි, හිතවතුනි, මිත්‍රවරුනි. විශ්ව නායකත්ව සමුළුව විශේෂයෙන්ම පවත්වන අවස්ථාවේ විශ්ව සාම පදනම වෙනුවෙන් පණිවිඩයක් නිකුත් කිරීමට ලැබීම පිළිබඳව මා ඉතාමත්ම සතුටු වෙනවා. මුළු ලෝකේ පුරා සාමයේ අවශ්‍යතාවය එදත් අදත් හෙටත් වැදගත් වීම අප කවුරුත් දන්නා වූ දෙයක්. සාමය පිළිබඳව ලෝකයේ සෑම රටක්ම ජාතික වශයෙන් වගේම අන්තර්ජාතික වශයෙන් ජාත්‍යන්තර සංවිධාන වශයෙන් පසුගිය දශක ගණනාවක් සියවස් ගණනාවක් තුළ කර ඇති කැපකිරීම පිළිබඳව අපි කවුරුත් දන්නා වූ දෙයක්. අද ලෝකයේ විශේෂයෙන්ම සාමය පිළිබඳව කතා කරන විට සාමය සඳහා තිබෙන්නා වූ අභියෝග අප තේරුම් ගත යුතු වෙනවා. ඒ අභියෝග තේරුම් ගැනීමේදී ධනවත් බව, ප්‍රබල බව, විශේෂයෙන්ම බලවත් රාජ්‍යයන්ගේ හැසිරීම, එවැගේම ත්‍රස්තවාදය වැනි කරුණු මුල් කරගෙන ලෝක සාමය අඩවීම සිදුවීම ඇති වෙනවා වගේම වර්තමානයේ තුල අපි ප්‍රධාන වශයෙන්ම මුහුණ දෙන COVID-19 බරපතල වසංගත රෝගය නිසා ලෝක ආර්ථිකය කඩා හැලීම පමණක් නෙවෙයි ලෝකයේ සාමාන්‍ය ජනතාවගේ රාජ්‍යයන්හි සියලු අංශවල ජන ජීවිතය තම තමාගේ සියලු ශේෂ්ත්‍රවල අවශ්‍යතාවයන් සියලු අංශවල බරපතල කඩා හැලීම් ඇති වී තිබෙනවා. රටවල් වල ජාතික ආර්ථිකය කඩා හැලීමත් ඒ වගේම ලෝක ආර්ථිකය කඩා හැලීමත් කොවිඩ් වසංගතය නිසා ඇති වී තිබෙන තත්ත්වයක්. කොවිඩ් වසංගතයේ බරපතල තත්ත්වය අපි සෑම කෙනෙක්ම මේ වන විට තේරුම්ගෙන තිබෙනවා. ඒ තේරුම්ගෙන තිබෙන තත්ත්වය අනුව අපිට පැහැදිලි වෙනවා ධනවත් බවෙන් හෝ බලවත් බවෙන් කිසිසේත්ම කොවිඩ් වසංගතය පාලනය කළ නොහැකි බව. ආධ්‍යාත්මික බලය, ලෝකයේ තිබෙන ධර්මතාවයන් ඒ සියල්ල තුල මේවා පාලනය වෙන බවයි අප විසින් විශ්වාස කළ යුත්තේ. ස්වභාව ධර්මයා විසින් මේ සඳහා විශේෂයෙන්ම ලබා දෙන ආශිර්වාදය වැදගත් වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා ලෝක සාමය පිළිබඳව විශ්ව සාම පදනම වශයෙන් කතා කරන විට විශ්ව සාම පදනම කරන්නා වූ කැපකිරීම අපි සෑම විටම අගය කළ යුතුයි. වගේම ඒ සාමය කඩකිරීම සඳහා කිසියම්හි තැනක ඇතිවෙන්නා වූ සාමයට අභියෝග වන්නා වූ කිසියම් සිදුවීමක් වළක්වීම සඳහා විශ්ව සාම පදනමේ ක්‍රියාකාරීත්වය කැපවීම අප විශේෂයෙන්ම අගය කළ යුතු වෙනවා. විශ්ව සාම සම්මේලනයේ නිර්මාතෘ ආචාර්ය හක් ජැහැන්මූන් මහතාට මේදී විශේෂයෙන්ම මා ස්තුති කළ යුතු වෙනවා. එතුමාගේ මේ සඳහා තිබෙන්නා වූ කැපකිරීම පිළිබඳව. ලෝකයේ බලවත් රාජ්‍යයන්ම ඒ වගේම ලෝකයේ සෑම රාජ්‍යයකම සෑම ජන කොට්ටාශයකම තිබෙන්නා වූ එකමුතුව සමගිය සහෝදරත්වය වැඩි වටිනාකම් දෙනවා සාමය ඇති කිරීම සඳහා. සමගියෙන් එක් පවුලක් විදිහට මුළු ලෝකයේම ගෝලීය වශයෙන් එක් සහෝදර ගමනක් එක් අරමුණක් තුල කටයුතු කිරීම තමයි වැදගත් වන්නේ. මෙම COVID-19 වසංගත රෝගය පැතිර තිබෙන අවස්ථාවලදීත් අපි මාධ්‍ය තුල දැක්කා ලෝකයේ ඇතැම් බලවත් රාජ්‍යයන් විශේෂයෙන්ම තමාගේ බලවත්කම් ධනවත්කම් තුල සාමය කඩකිරීම සඳහා යම් යම් තීරණ ක්‍රියාකාරකම් ගැන කටයුතු කිරීමට තමාගේ බලවත් බව සහ ධනවත් බව පාවිච්චි කිරීම. ඒ අනුව මූලික වශයෙන්ම අප විසින් තේරුම් ගත යුතුයි අප ජීවත් වන සමාජයේ මිනිස් ජීවිතවල තිබෙන්නා වූ වටිනාකම් අනුව ධනවත් බව සහ බලවත් බව ලෝක බලවතුන් තුල තිබෙන්නා වූ විශේෂයෙන්ම අභිආයුධ නිෂ්පාදනයේට යොමු වන්නා වූ තත්ත්වයන් ඒ සියල්ල බැහැර කරමින් විශේෂයෙන්ම ලෝක සාමය ඇති කිරීමේ මූලික කාර්යයේදී මිනිස් ජීවිතවල වටිනාකම් තේරුම්ගෙන ඒ වටිනාකම් වලට වැඩි වටිනාකමක් දීමේදී එය ජාතියක් ආගමක් වර්ණයක් ගෝත්‍රයක් සුළු ජාතියක්ද බලවත් ජාතියක්ද යන කරුණු සැලකිල්ලට නොගෙන සෑම මිනිසෙකුගේ ජීවිතවලට ඇති වටිනාකමට ඒ දෙන ආර්ථික වටිනාකම සමාජ වටිනාකම ඒ තුළින් තේරුම් ගත යුතු මිනිස්කම මූලික කරගෙන මානුෂීය අයිතිවාසිකම් වල වැදගත්කම තේරුම් අරගෙන කටයුතු කිරීම ඉතාමත්ම වැදගත්. මේ සඳහා විශ්ව සාම පදනම 2020 නායකත්ව සමුළුවේ තිබෙන්නා වූ කැපවීම අප ඉතාමත්ම අගය කළ යුතුයි. මෙහිදී මූලික වශයෙන්ම COVID-19 වසංගත තත්ත්වයන් තිබෙන පසුබිම තුළ එයින් ඇති වී තිබෙන බරපතල අනර්ථකාරී තත්ත්වය, ඉතාමත් භයානක තත්ත්වය, මිනිසාට ඇති වී තිබෙන අභියෝගය, මිනිසුන්ගේ සමස්ත ලෝකයේ ආර්ථිකය කඩා හැලීම, මුළු සමාජ ස්තරයින්ට ඇති වී තිබෙන බලපෑම් දියුණුව ඉතාමත්ම සතුටු වෙනවා. ලෝකයේ සමස්ත ජාතීන් තුළ ජනතාව තුළ සාමය ඇති කිරීම සඳහා අප සියලු දෙනාගේම කැපවීම සහෝදරත්වයෙන් පෙන්නුම් කිරීම ඉතාමත්ම වැදගත් විය යුතුයි. විශ්ව සාම පදනමට තිබෙන්නා වූ සියලු අරමුණු සියලු ආකාරයෙන්ම සාර්ථක වේවා කියා මා ආශිර්වාද කරනවා. ස්තුතියි.
Your Excellency, President Sri Sena from Sri Lanka for your keynote address. Next, let us welcome His Excellency Mari Alkatiri, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Timor-Leste from 2002 to 2006 and 2017 to 2018 to offer his keynote address.
We all know that the world is facing a pandemic. And I was invited to send a clear message, a very short message on how to overcome and what will be the world from now on. The topic of my statement is opportunity and hope at a time of global crisis, leaderships and governance. I choose a subtopic, COVID-19 and its multiplier effects. Of course, COVID-19 has caused a lot of effects directly and as side effects. As the first multiplier effect, we have the pandemic itself that really opened the doors for a very different effects. The second great effect caused by COVID-19 is to confirm that with the development of science and technology all around the world itself had become very small and converted into a village. And it was already sung during years, loud and clear, during decades that we are living in a global village. However, we keep living in a reality with centers and peripheries, asymmetrically organized. The third effect came to demonstrate that, after all, the world had also become flat, but selfishness led the human being to insist on maintaining the physical reality of a spherical world with an imaginary equator dividing it into two, north and south, and a meridian equally imaginary dividing the world to west and east. And with two poles burying themselves in the eyes of the polar zones. Fourthly, the virus has also shown that, after all, against the webness of pyramidal organization of the human society, in fact, in its natural existence, human society is horizontal. The reality translated into these four demonstrations, or confirmations, has had other immediate consequences, such as the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people worldwide, other than of devastating effects on social life of all age groups and social classes, political life, economical life in the medium and long terms, affecting the global strategies of balance of power, the new arrangement in the organization of the power of the most powerful countries. The most common question is, where are we going after that? Everyone believes that the world will no longer be the same. I believe so, too. I believe that changes will be rehearsed in the number of recovery efforts. With the recovery efforts, I believe in new paradigms. But I question how to reconcile the antagonistic positions that are still being felt today. Humanity wants a fairer world, an inclusive one, more balanced, more flat and horizontal world. Society demands more health for all, more education for all, and that the development of science and technology must serve all mankind. I remember at the end of the 19th century, United Nations defended health for all in the year 2000. It is 2020 now. With the pandemic, COVID-19 makes it much clearer that we are still in a long way from achieving this dream. If a virus has managed to destroy major economies, destroy major powers, shut down industries, bankrupt large companies, and thereby reduce fossil fuel consumption with a positive effect in reducing pollution, all this has proven that time has come to put an end to the arms race and to start with a new type of world planning capable of contributing to a more humane life for all, more sustainable, with more hygiene and sanitation, with better education and health for all, with better housing and urban planning and territorial planning. The Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations must be assumed by all countries as indispensable foundation of which the building of the new world is based, has to be based. A fairer, more inclusive, more united, more participatory world, more flat, a society organizes in a more horizontal way, where border must exist to unite and not to divide, to open doors for cooperation and not confrontations, respecting differences and different interests. A new development model is required, new paradigms in policy management with positive implication in all areas of life. The new model must be born from synthesis of existing models to date. The new economic policy must elect the life of the human being as the center of its concerns. Therefore, the new development models must invest in the human being, make a perfect marriage between social and economic development, always having the market as a catalyst for increasing wealth. In conclusion, one must print a dynamic of building a planar world. Society must be structured in a more horizontal and inclusive way. New development models should be built based on the synthesis of existing models to this day. Social and economic development must go hand in hand for this, and science and technology must be the heritage of all and be placed at the service of the humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency Prime Minister Alkatiri from the Republic of Timor-Leste. Finally, I would like to invite Honorable Hiroshi Kumagai, who served as Chief Cabinet Secretary as well as the Minister of International Trade and Industries of the Government of Japan, to give his keynote address.
Eh, 皆さんこんにちは、熊谷博です。本日お招きをいただきまして、ありがとうございます。現在世界的に大きな、それこそ100年とか200年に一遍ぐらい起こるような大きな激動の時に来ているわけですけれども、この国際危機の中でどういうふうに我々は生きていけばいいのか。特にアジアの片隅にいるこの国際的な大きな流れに無関心ではいられません。まあご存知の通り、アメリカがアメリカファーストという政策を主張するトランプ大統領が登場してからアメリカの政策は一変いたしました。それを一つの引き金になって米中の間の対立構想も激しくなってきています。当然それだけではなくてヨーロッパ諸国も例外ではありません。そしてロシアやアジアの他の国々も大きくこの危機の中で揺れ動いているわけであります。加えてコロナのまた世界中を一周するぐらいに大きなことになりまして、また今までとは違う生き方を 我々は要求されるようになりました。で、一言で言えばその国際危機の特徴は、簡単に言えばワイルドウエストと言われるような言葉が流行ってますけれども、これは西部劇の時のような状況ですね。そういうような今まで、国際ルールを守り国際機関を使って、世界大戦を抑えて成功した20世紀までのルートを全く一変した、実力主義といいますか、非常に荒々しい時代が到来したわけであります。で、そういう中でどの国もこれに対応することを求められておりまして、これは日本もまた例外ではありません。特に、米中の対立なんというのは日本の経済社会を一変させるような大きな影響が出るかもしれない。ここに対する対処の仕方というのは非常によく考えてやらなければなりません。で、こういうことを見てますと、我々はこの大きな危機の状況を一つのモデルとしてですね、参考になるのはヨーロッパの対応だと思います。ヨーロッパは日本よりもさらに大きな激動が来ておりまして、ヨーロッパの中のメンバーの有力メンバーであったイギリスがEU を離脱すると、ブレグジットと言われてますけれども、そこにもそれだけでも大変なことなのに、先ほど言いましたような米中の対立だとかアメリカの政策の変更だとか、そういうようなものが重なりまして、さらには伝統的なロシアとのこの対立構造みたいなものがやっぱり大きな影響を与えているわけですね。ヨーロッパはどう生き抜いていくかということをヨーロッパ諸国が大激論を交わして、そしてこの8月上旬にですね、ヨーロッパはその方向を世界に向かって発言いたしました。それはヨーロッパは金融とか財政だけではなくてこれらを一体化して、みんなで団結すると。で、今までは率直に言えばドイツがですね思い切って資金も経用する。そしてドイツとフランス宿敵のこの2つが手を組んでですね、そして本当の大陸ヨーロッパを団結させて守っていこうということを打ち出したわけです。で、その中に非常に画期的な考え方がありまして、自立していくんだと。ヨーロッパはもう他の国に支持されて言われた通り動くようなことをしない、自立していこうと。で、そのためには全部が団結すると、まとまっていこうと。で、さらに、今まではどちらかというとこの技術というものを非常にないがしろにしてきたと。ヨーロッパは遅れてしまったと。この技術、革新的な技術こそがヨーロッパが生き残る道だと。今更デジタル技術でアメリカや中国と追いつこうと思ってももう追いつけない。だとするとそれとは違う全く新しい次の時代を支えるようなそういう価値観を作り出すような技術をやろうと。で、環境とかですね、健康とか、それからエネルギーだとかですね、そういうものに画期的なプロジェクトを用意すると、こういうことを発表しています。これは一つの大きな参考になる現象でして、これからの日本にとってもいい例証になるではないかと私は思っております。今回の UPS にあたってお招きをいただいてお話をする機会をいただきましたことを改めて感謝を申し上げるわけですけれども、私はいろいろ申し上げましたけれども、その大きな前提はですね、平和ということが大事なんです。いくらいろんなことをやってもですね、各国がですねみんなそれぞれが相争いですね邪魔し合い、時には鉄砲持ち合うというようなことをしたんではね全てまとまりません。やはり平和を守っていくというこの皆さん方のこのご努力が大きな私は支えになるもの。
Thank you, Your Excellency Hiroshi Kumagai, all the way from Japan. We have now come to the conclusion of this session. The next session of ILC will be perspectives from current and former parliamentarians addressing the theme opportunity and hope at a time of global crisis, the role of parliamentarians. Distinguished current and former speakers of parliament and also parliamentarians will deliver their speech. It will start after 45 minutes. All of you are invited to attend. Finally, we have come to the conclusion of this session. Thank you very much to our respected keynote speakers, panelists, and all participants. Please visit our website upf.org for the official report. This concludes the ISCP session of ILC. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
General consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of United Nations is now holding a virtual conference on September 11 to 13, 2020. The theme for the ILC is Opportunity and Hope at the Time of Global Crisis, Interdependence, Mutual Prosperity, and Universal Value, with the topic Perspective from the Current and Former Parliamentarians. Until this morning, we have successfully registered this conference participants, nearly 5,000 people from 75 nations. And now I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Honorable Eknath, the Chairman of Universal Peace Federation and IAPP Asia Pacific. The ILC will address particularly the challenge while also promoting realistic, practical, and hopeful solutions. Distinguished speakers might want to address various dimensions of the proposal for an Asia-Pacific Union that will ensure bilateral connection, mutual cooperation, and harmony among neighboring countries, bridges friendship and brotherhood among nations. I humbly request all of our very distinguished dignitaries and guests to be able to bear with me from beginning until the end of this session. I would like to remind our distinguished speakers to kindly keep your time within 7 minutes. Your full cooperation and undivided attention is highly appreciated. Rest assured that this ILC 2020 will lead to an unprecedented and historical program with a great message. Respected and dynamic speakers, panelists, guests, and all participants, please allow me to call upon to officially offer greetings for all of us, our IAPP International Coordinator and President of Universal Peace Federation International. Let us welcome Dr. Michael Jenkins.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Santosh Padal, and greetings to all of the distinguished panelists and participants of the International Association for Parliamentarians for Peace. I'm really so grateful to be here. I'm coming in from Washington, D.C. We are so inspired by this historic conference that's going on all over the world. I want to give sincere thanks to our conference hosts, Dr. Young in Korea, Japan, and the Asia Pacific regions. Truly, your work has been leading the IAPP throughout the world and helping parliamentarian leaders of each continent to further expand our cooperation. On behalf of our IAPP International Co-Chairman, Congressman Dan Burton from the United States, and Speaker Di Venecia from the Philippines, I want to convey how they both believe that the parliamentarians of IAPP, when united in cooperation, can become a very powerful voice because they represent the people and are elected by the people. We hold that an international body of parliamentarians from all parts of the world would have the influence to help achieve peace in all the troubled regions of the world, including the Middle East, and even a peaceful resolution on the Korean Peninsula. UPF promotes a theme that interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values are the basis for the cooperation between nations. Through this pandemic crisis, we have all seen how critical it is that we form interdependent, cooperative alliances together for the sake of the well-being of all people. We are confident that our collaboration through this ILC in Asia Pacific, Korea, Japan will lead to a much greater cooperation in and among our nations. One of the core values of the Universal Peace Federation and the universal values that we share is the respect for all faiths and all religions and all people of conscience. and the understanding that God, as the creator, is apparent to us all. Through our UPF experiences in the Middle East, of which many of you participated, through the Middle East Peace Initiative, we found faith leaders of great importance to be a bridge between the peoples when political discourse is at an impasse. Even at the most tense times when governments could not even collaborate or even have any kind of exchange, faith leaders can continue communications to find common ground between enemies. We all share the value of the family as centrally important as a cornerstone for good society. Strong marriages are proven to impart to our young people the value of love, faithfulness, and loyalty. What is the most essential key to a strong family? That the husband and wife love God and love each other faithfully. That's why, to further strengthen marriage, Father and Mother Moon, our founders, have instituted the blessing as a universal ceremony in which husband and wife pledge to never divorce and to never be unfaithful. The great nations of Asia have had exemplary family traditions that have been going on for thousands of years and are a tremendous encouragement to the modern society that often places personal happiness over that of the family and society. With the blessing that Mother Moon brings, the families can gain even greater fortune for happiness, security, and prosperity. When we as the IAPP and the members of Parliament and the heads of state have strong, loving families, then it is natural that the members of Parliament will live for the people of the nation the way they live for their families. Then the nation can truly be one family. One project currently being discussed by Congressman Burton, Speaker DeVenecia, and the International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace is that through this informal network of parliamentarians, we can develop a global pandemic early warning network so that many of us can observe worldwide from every corner of the world and detect and call attention to the earliest observances of illnesses that have the potential to spread globally. This communication network will also be really a network of peace and a network of communication where the wisdom and the breakthroughs of any nation on any area, whether it be on fighting COVID-19 or whether it be also breaking through in dialogue and discussion between enemy nations. This global network can really help bring the world closer together. IAPP as a global network of members of Parliament could be in a position to see trends and situations more clearly than large organizations. For example, with COVID-19, it was first reported to the World Health Organization on December 31st, 2019. But it took much more time to declare a pandemic, almost 3 months, in March 11th, 2020. We believe a communication system of parliamentarians for peace can speed that kind of information much more rapidly, and a much better response could have occurred around the world, saving millions of lives. What is under discussion is the development of an active communication network between members of Parliament and between even parliamentary bodies themselves. We propose partnerships among the inter-parliamentarian organizations facilitated by the members of Parliament, ministers of government, especially health ministries, and heads of state. Thanks to the IAPP parliamentarians, and a special thanks to Honorable Eknath for this, in Asia, and also in Africa, Europe, and the Middle East, Congressman Burton, and Speaker DeVenecia have been working with members of Congress throughout the world, including the United States, South and Central America. We've instituted a resolution in the parliaments around the world to support this parliamentarian cooperation and communication system. And we know it will have a positive influence on making an association of parliamentarians throughout the world from every culture. Thank you for your support and leadership for the International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace. As the international coordinator, I am very grateful to have been invited to participate in this historic session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Jenkins, for that warm greetings. I'm sure we are all delighted and excited to be a part of this auspicious and historical ILC 2020. As we go forward, please allow me to introduce our next speaker for this session from Indonesia. He is the former speaker, People's Representative Council of Indonesia. He currently serves as a chairman of the Export Council Central Board of Golkar Party. He is also coordinating a Minister for People's Welfare in the second term 2019-2014 of President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. On 2014, he served as acting Minister of Religious Affairs. Likewise, he served as acting Minister of Youth and Sports from 2012 to 2013. Now, Your Excellency, special dignitaries, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome from the Indonesia, Honorable Agung Laksono.
Thank you very much, Moderator, Honorable Mr. Santos, His Excellency Dr. Michael Jenkins, Honorable Members of Parliament, Ambassadors for Peace, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It is my great honor to address you in the prestigious International Leadership Conference on the theme Opportunity and Hope at a Time of Global Crisis, Role of Parliamentarians. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Hakja Hanmoon, the co-founder of UPF, for her wisdom and foresight in convening this virtual summit at this critical juncture in human history. We are witnessing unprecedented challenges facing the world today. It is not only the COVID-19 pandemic that causes tragic loss of life, economic hardships, isolation, and despair, but other calamities like climate change, natural disasters, racial, national, regional, and global conflict threaten the very survival of humanity. To bring together world leaders from every walk of life, including current and former head of states and government, first ladies, parliamentarians, and political leaders, but also religious leaders, academicians, business, media, women and youth leaders to discuss and find solutions in a united and integrated undertaking is an ingenious idea. Under the current dire circumstances, our role as parliamentarians and lawmakers is all the more important. The people entrusted us with the responsibility to steer our nation through such storm, and like the captain of a boat, lead them safely to the shore. For this, We need a clear vision for the benefit of all, strong determination and negotiating skills to build consensus among conflicting parties. Indonesia has proven to be a skilled and capable mediator. It's not only domestic conflict, but also on regional and international levels, and is in a unique position to support and work together with UPF in its peace-building initiative. Indonesia's state ideology of Pancasila provides a very, very clear vision on how to build a just and peaceful society for all its citizens. Similar to UPF's principle of peace, the 5 principles of Pancasila provide the basic framework that can keep a nation as diverse as Indonesia together and overcome sectarian views and divisive efforts. I applaud the proposal for the creation of an Asia-Pacific Union, APU, as a broad-based, independent, and non-political body that will draw together like-minded individuals and organizations, governments, NGOs, and FBOs from among the community of Asia-Pacific nations. The common cultural values in the Asia-Pacific region as filial piety, family, and faith will go a long way to help us find answers to the critical challenges we all face together. I also believe that the cooperation between government and civil society is very essential for sustainable development and peace. Let us therefore go beyond narrow interests and work together to make the Asia-Pacific region a pillar of hope for the rest of the world. The era of the Atlantic civilization has already passed, and I am certain with united effort, the Asia-Pacific region will usher in a new era of peace in the 21st century. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Agung Laksano, for your very inspiring message. So now let me introduce our next speaker from Tuvalu. He was the first elected in the parliament in 1998. He served as a minister for 2 times for the government of Tuvalu. He was re-elected as a parliamentarian in the year 2002 to 2006. He was again re-elected in 2015 and 2019 election. Now he is currently the speaker in the parliament. Let us all call upon the Speaker of the Parliament of Tuvalu, Honorable Samuelo P. Teo.
This is Sam P. Teo, the Speaker from the Parliament of Tuvalu, and it is a great pleasure to represent Tuvalu in this Universal Peace Federation's first virtual convening of the International Leadership Conference. I wish to extend my greetings to Dr. Michael Jenkins, President of the International coordinator of the International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAAP, and also extend my greetings to all our distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I will now present my perspective and views on the theme, opportunities and hope at a time of global crisis, interdependence, mutual prosperity, and the universal values, and the role of parliamentarians. There may be many here who have not heard of the island nation of Tuvalu. Tuvalu is an island nation which within the British Commonwealth and it lies in the South Pacific Polynesian sub-region of Oceania, surrounded by the Pacific Ocean and situated about midway between Hawaii and Australia. It comprises of 3 reef islands and 6 true atolls. Tuvalu's current population is 11,818 as of Sunday, 6th of September 2020, based on the latest UN estimates. The total land area of the islands of Tuvalu is 25.9 square kilometers, and its capital, Funafuti, is an atoll and the capital with over 60% of the population residing there. The average height of the islands is less than 2 meters above sea level, with the highest point on Nulakita being about 4.6 meters. Tuvalu has 2 significant global crises to contend with: the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. Tuvalu may be the first nation to go underwater. On 20th March 2020, a state of emergency was declared. This was triggered by the first case of COVID-19 being confirmed in Fiji Islands. Fiji is the main point of departure for Tuvalu's incoming flights and boats. Tuvalu has 1 hospital, Princess Margaret Hospital, located on Funafuti, with limited medical personnel and equipment. 2 health clinics on Funafuti and 8 health centers covering out islands, clinics staffed by nurses. Patients needing advanced care are referred to overseas hospitals through the Tuvalu Medical Treatment Scheme, and the health system is preparing for a possible outbreak, and schools have been closed. As a precautionary measure, new initiatives such as involving the police force in border control, visitors will not be allowed to land without the first undergoing the 14 days of isolation in a third-party state. The mobilization of volunteers to help address nursing shortages, establishment of quarantine areas, and improved public health communications are being organized. These measures also include strict penalties for the propagation of false news. The government, under the emergency regulations, has broad powers to order propagation of false news. The government, under the emergency regulations, has broad powers to order compulsory relocations of people from Funafuti to their home islands and to prohibit movement of people from the out islands to Funafuti. I'm sorry to paint such a bleak picture, but let me now speak from a parliamentarian's perspective about the opportunities and hope during this time of global crisis. First, I wish to congratulate UPF for its vision of interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values. As a parliamentarian, I am meant to keep and enforce the rules while remaining focused, steady, patient, and to help others to learn. and to keep learning myself. As of 3rd of April 2020, there have been no COVID-19 cases in the country, and the possibility that Tuvalu will remain free of the pandemic is very favorable. Interdependence is two or more working together, which reminds me of Matthew chapter 18, verse 20. For where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. Interdependence provides support to individuals, allowing them the strength to support others and to focus on their own personal growth. Individuals who are interdependent will reap the reward immediately. You will achieve more success and happiness when you are connected to those around you. In light that the Tuvalu government is putting in place measures to support businessmen, such as flexible loans, the government is providing seedlings for use in home gardens and also organizing 3-month supply of essential cargo from Fiji. Landowners and chiefs are encouraged to organize community-based stockpiling and rationing, such as drying fish and food crops, preserving breadfruit, and storing coconuts. Mutual prosperity is the means by which everyone grows and prospers together. A win-win outcome, which reminds me of Jeremiah 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. By having the people return to their home islands provides an opportunity to strengthen the family and build community spirit. It will increase farming and fishing in rural areas. These in turn can decrease reliance on the cash economy and imported food. The increase in local food production and consumption could lead to a healthier population, less dependent on imported food. Universal values. A value is a universal value if it has the same value or worth for all. And this reminds me of 1 John chapter 4, verse 8. He who does not have, who does not love, does not know God. For God is love. With parents and students spending more time at home and their participation in activities such as fishing, farming, is strengthening the family bonds of love. The family is the cornerstone of our society. So with happy families, you are a happy Tuvalu. The hope that comes out of these adversaries is that Tuvalu will grow and prosper with its partners, and the opportunities that come out of is a better health policy. The WHO is working with the government in pursuing its national strategic priorities. The National Health Reform Strategy 2016 to 2019 has 6 objectives. 1, to strengthen administration and management of capacity on the Ministry of Health, to effectively support strategies and commitments towards the further improvement of health services delivery and preventive health, particularly at the clinic and primary care level. 2, to strengthen and improve communities' preventive and healthcare service under the principles and concepts of primary health care. UHC and the Health Ministry Healthy Islands vision to provide high-quality clinical care and services to meet the needs and experiences of patients and expectations of patients that are in line with the policies and resources of the ministry. 4, to ensure quality, timely, and accessible patient care support services, in therapeutics, diagnostic and rehabilitative services that support and meet clinics services requirement. To provide the administration and management support to the Ministry of Health in meeting its goals on at least policy and planning, human resources, legal aid, clinical care, public health, infrastructure, and medical equipment needs. And 6, to foster a mutuality beneficial and effective partnership that supports the health mandates of each partner and the health interest of the population. I hope this helps you better understand Tuvalu, and I wish to thank the UPF organizers for this international leadership conference in which we can share our opportunities and hopes and get a chance to practice these virtues of independence, mutual prosperity, and universal values. Thank you and God bless. San Fidel, the Speaker of Parliament of Tuvalu. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Samuelu Piteo, for your very insightful message. And now I would like to introduce our next speaker from Fiji. She is serving as a Deputy Speaker of Fiji. She is also the Assistant Minister for Women, Children, and Poverty Alleviation. Respected dignitaries and valued speakers, let us give her a warm welcome. The Speaker of the Fiji, Honorable Bina Kumar Bhatnagar.
Dr. Michael Jenkins, International Coordinator of the International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace and President of UPF International, distinguished fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Nisambula Vinaka. It is my great pleasure to be part of this International Leadership Conference representing Fiji and to present my views on the theme, Opportunities and Hope at a Time of Global Crisis, the Role of Parliamentarians. The world is currently facing an immense challenge brought about by the coronavirus pandemic. All nations and all people are affected by this through its impact on health, travel, social interaction, economy, jobs, mental health, etc. We have seen for ourselves that this virus does not differentiate between rich and poor, strong and weak, developed and developing nations. In many cases, the rich, powerful developed nations have been impacted by the virus more than many poorer and less powerful nations. My country, Fiji, is a beautiful island nation in the South Pacific Ocean and has one of the most developed economies in the region. As of 9th September 2020, the country has had a total of 32 cases of coronavirus from the islands of Viti and Vanuatu. Out of these 32 cases, 24 have fully recovered, giving Fiji the status of a COVID-contained nation, a status desired by many countries. The Fijian government and health authorities have been able to effectively contain the outbreak and protect the general population. The pandemic has come as an unexpected shock. However, it is also a wake-up call. It has highlighted our vulnerabilities and our dependence on each other because it presents a danger and threat to all nations. It means it is essential that we cooperate in order to overcome it successfully. I endorse UPF's promotion of interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universally shared values of the people and nations of the world. A pandemic of such enormity has rallied us round to transcend a sense of nationalism while being committed to mutual respect and empathy. As they say in Sanskrit, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, a phrase which means the world is one family. Let us fortify the truth that we are one family, a family of humankind, and it is crucial that we work together predominantly in occurrence of such events where we all have a story of struggle to tell as we deal with this pandemic. Our world faces huge assortment of problems, not only the coronavirus pandemic. Other challenges include territorial disputes, religious and racial conflicts, environmental degradation, violent extremism, poverty, hunger, nuclear proliferation, and corruption. Each of these are serious threats to human development and to the realization of peace in our world. And at this stage, the existence of this global pandemic has compounded the impacts of these threats on our people, especially those who belong to vulnerable groups. In order to disrupt the cycle of conflict and impairment, and to break down the walls that divide us, universal values must be brought front and center. It is stimulating to know that IAPP and UPF are committed to ensuring that we stay rooted to our values and let goodness prevail. We must draw upon the wisdom of the great faiths and moral traditions and use the values which are universally shared if we are to progress towards solutions. Such basic values as living for others, moral integrity, and principled leadership, strong loving families, and forgiveness is critical. I am honored to serve under the leadership of a man who embodies every word I just spoke. The character and leadership my Honorable Prime Minister Josiah Warenge Bainimarama exhibited very evidently illustrates the promptness and the principles our Fijian government channeled when dealing with the lives of Fijians. As we navigated through the initial stages of the pandemic, be it the COVID response budget, lockdowns, curfews, or the strict border control measures, the Fijian government knew one thing, and it was to save lives. At the end of the day, we as parliamentarians are on the front line of the battle. We are the elected representatives of the people and are faced with the challenges of maintaining the highest standards of leadership while effecting positive change at the local, national, and global platforms. And let us not forget that at the end of the day, we are leaders in our nation with the ability to fully participate in decision-making that affects our people. It is safe to say that nearly every leader has been faced with moments of crisis, ranging from brief bumps on the roads to more intricate challenges. It is also safe to say that the current crisis involving COVID-19 pandemic is different than anything we have faced in over a century, one that looks to be a prolonged and possibly existential challenge for all countries. Compassion at a time of crisis is a very important manifestation of this leadership. Effective leadership in a prolonged crisis with such serious consequences is absolutely necessary for our nation and its people and requires physical, psychological, and emotional fortitude. Parliamentarians must be ready and willing to give all, as this is the demand of the situation. Let us work together to support each other fully in this complex and daunting task. Let us work together in cooperation for the peaceful society, nation, and world that we all long for and can and must realize. Stay safe and stay blessed. Thank you for your kind attention. Nimbula Vinaka.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bina Kumar Bhatnagar. It was delightful presentation. I would like to introduce our next speaker from Japan. He served as a mayor of Gamagori City for 2 terms. He served as a member of House of Representatives for 5 terms in a row from 2003 to 2017. He was also the Vice Minister of Internal Affairs and Communication in Khan Cabinet from 2010 to 2011. Let us welcome our next speaker from Japan, Honorable Katsumasa Suzuki.
こんにちは。ご紹介に預かりました元衆議院議員、元総務副大臣の鈴木勝正でございます。日本の愛知県から参加をさせていただいております。今、全世界で現実社会をコロナショックが覆っています。この新型ウイルスによるパンデミックによって少なくとも半年、場合によっては数年にわたり世界経済は生産と消費の両方を大幅に抑制せざるを得ない情勢であります。我が国の経済もその渦中にあって破壊的な危機が私たちの生命、経済の両方に対して襲いかかっています。私たちは今大きな分岐点に立っています。新型ウイルスによって経済システムへのダメージが可逆的なものにとどまるのか、または不可逆的なものとなるかという分岐点です。仮に不可逆的なダメージとなってしまうと、私たちの社会は今日のパンデミックを克服した後も長期的な苦境に直面せざるを得ません。そのため産業界、官界、学会、金融界など各界が力を合わせてこの危機に勝ち抜いていかなければなりません。今回の危機はこうした点からリーマンショックをはじめとする今までの危機を上回る破壊力を持つものであります。それゆえに今まで以上の団結力が必要とされることに注意しなければなりません。さて、今回の問題に対して私から国会議員の役割について述べたいと思います。まず、新型コロナウイルスは中国から世界に拡散しました。なぜこのようなウイルスが突如として現れ、どのように拡散したのか、その点は科学的な解明を待つばかりであります。その一方で、そのウイルスの拡散においては、中国の危機管理体制が不十分であったことは承知の通りです。中国は現在、共産主義思想に基づく独裁的な体制を敷いています。その弊害は軍事面、そして経済面に及んでいます。そして今回、疫病というさらに別の分野においても深刻な影響を与えることが明らかになりました。こうした中国の影響力は世界的に大きく及んでおり、国際機関にすら影響を与えています。国際機関は本来、加盟各国のために公平であり、ウイルスのような国境を越えて瞬時に世界中に脅威をもたらすリスクに対しても協力的に対応ができなくてはなりません。各国も共通に基本的人権、法の支配を保障し、より開かれた体制を整えながら、その協力的対応に機能的でなければなりません。そのような方向性に向けて、私は国会議員が国を越えて交流する必要があると思います。また、国の壁を越えた新しい理念を追求することが必要です。私は UPF の共生、共栄、協議主義の理念にそのヒントがあるのではないかと考えています。パンデミックの解決にはまさに国を越えた協力が必要です。仮に我が国がウイルスの抑え込みに成功したとしても、現代のグローバル化した世界において危機が完全に消滅することはありません。くしくも新型ウイルスは現在の国家主義体制に大きな疑問を投げかけることになったのです。国家権力だけで 国民を守ることには限界があり、他国との協力が必要不可欠になったということであります。もっとも国家が弱体化すれば直ちに国際秩序は混乱します。その弊害は避けなければなりません。従来の国家主権を維持しつつ、同時に国を超えた協力を推し進めることのできる体制が必要であります。国会議員は現在、こうした新しい体制の構築に向け、国を超えて模索していく必要があるのではないかと考えます。国家主義と国際協調、この相矛盾すると見られてきた両者の関係を統一的、調和的に解決しうる新しい理念が必要です。その点でも私はやはり UPF の共生、共栄、そして協議主義の理念に大きなヒントがあるのではないかと考えています。私は今回のパンデミックを通して未知の混乱を乗り越えるためには、人間はあらゆる知恵を活用するのみならず、人知を超えた崇高な生命や存在を認識することが重要ではないかと考えるようになりました。その点で、ハン・ハクチャ総裁が推進する理念には、人間が生きる力、また希望を生み出す大きな力があるのではないかと思います。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Katsumasa Suzuki, for your presentation that offer a powerful insight. So now, let me acknowledge our next speaker from South Korea. He was a chairman of the Industry and Energy Sector Central Committee on the Professional Association Liberty Korea Party in 2017. He was an advisor of the Cultural Property Repatriation Foundation in 2017. And he was a member of 20th National Assembly, Republic of Korea from 2016 to 2020. So now, let's hear from Honorable Gyu-Wan Kim.
안녕하세요. 대한민국 20대 국회의원.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Kim Gyu-wan, 20th member of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. I'm really happy to see all of you peace-loving participants. Under the theme of the ILC 2020, Opportunity and Hope at the Time of Global Crisis, I would like to talk about ways to contribute as a lawmaker to promote world peace. The corona pandemics we are going through are calling for radical change around the world. While personal contact between individuals is avoided, we can freely express our opinions and unite and speak in one voice, transcending time and space online. Especially, the market situation is very, very severe, and online sales are soaring. And in the era when we had friendly conversation, looking at each other's faces, it felt sad, like a partition of love was formed beyond Corona-19. But on the other hand, I cannot help but think about my beloved family and my job and my country. Seems like there is a new love and hope for humanity in the global age that is concerned about life, dignity, and each other's health. Lawmakers around the world should take the lead in presenting a peace vision for the peaceful prosperity of the global community, living together beyond their own boundaries. In that regard, I'd like to mention 3 things. First of all, We should emphasize the strengthened United Nations role in the new world order of the new era. IAPP is a global partnership of members of the world parliaments and will contribute to building trust between countries. Second, in order to ease tensions in Northeast Asia and move the Korean Peninsula toward peaceful reunification in the Asia-Pacific era, I will seek to gather opinions from lawmakers in the region. I am very concerned about the peace when I think of South Korea, the only country in the world that is divided into two. And I'm also concerned about North Korea, which continues to fire missiles. That is why young people from all over the world should gather together to conduct Peace Road every year. I had the privilege to join this Peace Road walk from Busan to Seoul. I hope this Peace Road peace will be achieved according to the wishes of the young people through Peace Road. Third, we will launch a campaign to solve global challenges such as climate change, global warming, and environmental pollution. The post-corona era is bringing an end to conflicts and religious conflicts between countries, igniting a global era of new peace. With a vision of co-prosperity in the Asia-Pacific region, which has the largest population on the continent, I'd like to ask lawmakers to take the lead in educating and leading their own people. COVID-19 is affecting everyone, regardless of their geopolitical location, economic power, education, media situation, religion, culture, and gender. We hope that the corona pandemic, which is spreading all over the world, will bring peace between mankind and help each other love and be together. I sincerely thank the President, Dr. Hak Ja-han-moon, for hosting this meaningful ILC today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Gi-hwan Kim. That was very hopeful message. We really appreciate. Now, let us listen from our last but not the least, our next speaker from the country of Mount Everest, Nepal. She is a current member of parliament and senior leader of opposition party Nepali Congress. She was elected as a member of parliament at a very young age since 1999 to 2008 and re-elected in 2017 to till now. She had served as the education minister in 2014 and she had served 3 terms as a deputy speaker of the House of Representatives of Nepal. Let us welcome Honorable Chitralekha Yadav.
Before I speak, I would like to thank the organizer of this leadership conference on opportunity and hope at a time of global crisis. Interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values. This is a serious and challenging time for the entire world caused by the dramatic transformation of the world induced by the rise of the COVID-19 pandemic. Addressing the cause of public health crisis all over the world will be the top priority of legislatures and political leaders. The Universal Peace Federation and its founders, Dr. Sean Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Ja-han-moon, has been tirelessly working on a global collective efforts, invaluable contributions in creating a world of everlasting peace. On August 9, 2020, an unprecedented and historical event hosted by the UPF 1 million rally of hope for the realization of a heavenly unified world that inspires millions of people from 194 nations was the live broadcast. I have attended the event. It was a great initiative and investment for the sake of world peace. The pandemic has also exposed the global health infrastructure's inequalities as poorer nations like Nepal, faced with overburdened debt, trade deficits, political instability, etc., are short of critical medical equipments, hospitals, medical professionals, and medicines. It has diverted attention and potentially funding investment to infrastructure, education, economic activities, to other public health concerns, including food security, job and investment in agriculture, horticulture, and small scale industries so as to secure livelihood. It has imposed difficulty in realize the sustainable development goals and secure durable peace. As a legislature of Nepal representing a constituency corona infested with many patients, I have been confronting with the challenge of addressing people's concerns about their health, safety, and mobility, but also scarcity of fertilizer, jobs, and essential needs. Many youths working abroad want to return home and engage with their family, kith and kin, and revitalize agriculture and small scale industries once neglected by the government. I also see there is adequate lack of pandemic awareness and knowledge about how to prevent it, what mechanisms are necessary to avoid and cope with its effects. Climate change has revolutionized the thinking of scientists, parliamentarians, and policymakers. The global warming is fast melting the ice of Himalayan region, and 47 ice lakes between Nepal, China, and India are in explosive condition. They are posing risks to the people and nations of South Asia, its biodiversity, culture, and civilization. If decision makers of the world fail to educate the business groups and citizens seeking fundamental change in their attitude and behavior and act jointly to safeguard natural environment in all parts of the world, human civilization will face risk. Political and economic short-sightedness provide no choice for sustainable development. Cooperation of parliamentarians, civil society, and the state agencies at multi-level can create obstacles to conflict-prone tendencies based on exclusive self-interest, create mutual dependence and shared prosperity. In this context, when climate, economic, and social factors are global in scope, global governance based on reciprocity of nations is important to make the world both habitable and stable. The above factors are undermining the architecture of evolving global governance at a time when regional and international cooperation are most needed to solve the problems transcending national dimension. They are affecting the state of world economy, education, the media, religion, and culture, and all levels of society, including family, communities, cities, and nations. While there are reasons to despair, there is also great potential for a wide range of opportunities to emerge, new ways of envisioning our common life together as one global family with innovative ideas and policies that enhance and accelerate sustainable human development. The willingness of ILC to address the outstanding challenges underlined above while also promoting realistic solutions can furnish a glimmer of hope for the nations and peoples the world over. All the stakeholders need to act jointly to safeguard human lives and the civilization and culture of peace they nourished. Let me conclude this short speech by expressing my warm regards for Mother Moon and the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chitralekha Yadav, for your very insightful message. Thank you very much, Honorable Chitralekha Yadav, for your very valuable message. We really appreciate. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chitralekha Yadav. So in closing, I would like to sincerely appreciate all our honorable and dynamic speakers, a special guest and audience for today ILC 2020 third session. This session has a lot to learn from each perspective of our speakers, best practices, and offer solution to our current critical challenge of our global health crisis caused by the novel COVID-19 pandemic that greatly affecting many people's lives around the world. We can get through this. We are stronger together with preventative measures by abiding government rules and regulation and protocols set by the world state leaders. Henceforth, we are all one global family, marching forward with a common goal, overcoming this crisis with the positive mindset, compassionate heart, resilience, and patience for a fresh jump start emerging new world order. This concludes our IAPP third session. Thank you so much for your active participation. Thank you very much for the UPF International Chairman, UPF International President, our Chairman of UPF Asia Pacific, and entire our Asia Pacific hardworking staff and overall management for their dedication in making this ILC 2020 possibly happen. I would like to announce for the next session, that session is IAPT, fourth session, at the 4 p.m. Bangkok time with the moderator, Mrs. Ursula McLachlan, the regional coordinator of IAPD Asia Pacific. Thank you once again and namaste. Have a good day.
congratulations, Dr. Santosh and all the team. Dr. Jain Ji, thank you so much.
Excellencies, respected religious leaders, ambassadors for peace, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fourth session of the International Leadership Conference, which is organized by the Universal Peace Federation of Korea, Japan, and Asia Pacific on the theme Opportunity and Hope at a Time of Global Crisis, Interdependence, Mutual Prosperity, and Universal Values. I'm Ursula McLachlan, Regional Secretary General of UPF Asia Pacific. I will serve as the moderator of this session dedicated to the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD. We will be looking at current issues from the perspective of religious and spiritual leaders. More specifically, we will discuss the 75th anniversary of the UN and the role of religious leaders. The celebration of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations is taking place this month. The UN Secretary General has initiated a global conversation and invited everyone to discuss and reflect on the work of the UN. The voices of religions and religious leaders were almost absent during the past 75 years. What is the contribution that religions and religious leaders could offer to the future UN? With these few words of introduction, I would like to call upon the chairman of IAPD Asia Pacific, Acharya Srivatsa Goswami from India, to give the welcome remarks. Dr. Goswami is head priest and a member of an eminent family of spiritual leaders and scholars at Sri Radha Ramana Mandir in Vrindavan. Dr. Goswami, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I welcome all of you to this session of IAPD as introduced by Dr. Ursula McLachlan. Please accept my greetings and namaskar. These corona times are challenging times, and for sure they are very challenging. The biggest challenge is the fear which comes along with it. And this fear is born out of ignorance. All our medical sciences have no clue yet about it. COVID-19 is totally a novel virus. No sure treatment yet, and no vaccine in sight yet. The best bet then so far is prevention, which includes isolation, quarantine, and social distancing. It's ironical that the preventive measures have become the source of suffering. They have led to cutting off the life networks, social, economic, emotional, and all other kind of networks. Life, on the other hand, is nothing without relations and networks. That's why the traditional wisdom tells us that ayam nijaha parovetti gadana laguchitasam udar charitanam tu vasudaiva kutumbukam. People with low consciousness divide between mine and thine. For the liberated souls, the whole world is one family, but we have acted otherwise. Sadly, our history shows that we as humans have worked very hard to create divisions of all kinds, geographic, economic, political, cultural, and even on the name of God. These man-made isolations are the real source of suffering. Then what is the way out? What is the way out? This feared COVID-19 has told us very clearly and loudly that in human affairs, divisions and isolations do not work. This virus has affected us, demolishing all boundaries. It is a pandemic suffering. And what we need a vaccine. But where and how to get it? An ancient Hindu prayer says, Asato ma sadgamaya tamso ma jyotirgamaya mrityor ma amritam gamaya shanti shanti shanti, which means let unreal lead me to reality, darkness to light, and death to immortality, then will there be peace. The vaccine comes from the virus, we all know scientifically. The antibodies grow only when there is a virus in our system. Therefore, if COVID-19 is a pandemic suffering, its solution has to be pandemic as well. Human suffering and freedom from suffering both need pandemic dimensions. This awareness is there, but not in practice. Hence, not much of use. We shall have to act also accordingly to this wisdom. Interestingly, in Sanskrit language, COVID has different meaning. COVID means an expert who really knows and acts accordingly. And we have acted in many cases. From the darkness of the two world wars emerged the institution of United Nations. We had realized that peace and prosperity cannot be attained through greed, which leads to isolation and violence. The world is one human family, and the family members need to talk rather than fight with each other. Today, on the 75th anniversary of United Nations, we are thankful. World is not an ideal peaceful family yet, but it has contributed in significantly reducing threats to human survival. But why is that the United Nations could not fulfill that ideal? There may be several debatable issues, but those who really know tell us, those experts tell us something very important. And I quote from the theme note of this conference, which says, the cooperation between government and the civil society is indispensable for creating social harmony and economic sustainability. The key is that these initiatives must be interreligious in nature. In fact, the co-founder of UPF, the late Reverend Dr. Sun Myung Moon, advocated for a bicameral system at United Nations with the second wing of the union body made of representatives from the world's great spiritual traditions. The Philippines took the lead in bringing this proposal to the UN. As a result, there is an Office of Interfaith Harmony directly under the Secretary General and the UN celebration of World Interfaith Harmony Week every year during the first week of February is the proof of that. And I can vouch very shortly for the above from the history of my hometown, Vrindavan, which is a very busy pilgrimage town for the Hindus worldwide. Unique in human history, a Muslim Emperor Akbar, more than 400 years back, created and gifted this holy township of Vrindavan to the Hindu priests, my ancestors. It took the vision of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to reject the path of violent and diabolical encounter with the other. Rather, he chose the path of dialogue with the other. And this dialogical engagement resulted not just in the creation of Vrindavan as a township, but unleashed an era of peace and prosperity, which is unprecedented in Indian history. And then there was an explosion of creativity in cultural, economic, social, and political spheres. India then contributing 40% of the global GDP. And today, our COVID Guru, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is taken as incarnation of the divine couple, the male god Sri Krishna and the female goddess supreme Sri Radha. In the same lines, today we have the two parents, Mr. and Mrs. Moon. Hope their vision of an enabled UN be achieved soon. The process is on. And at the same time, the proposal of the Asia-Pacific Union will strengthen the work of the UN, and it is rightly stated, and I quote again, however unique to the Asia-Pacific region, APU will draw on its common cultural values, filial piety, family, and faith to seek answers to the critical challenges we all face together. Towards that goal, we need the strength, and the strength will come from divine grace, which will be granted only with our prayers, which is Kanadapi Sunichena Taroriva Saheshnuna Amanina Manadena Kirtaniya Sadahari. Let us be humble like a blade of grass. Let us forbear like a tree. Always respect others without caring for our arrogance. Then only will there be a pandemic peace and development. And I again welcome you all for coming to this session and hope it will be very rich with your contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your words of wisdom, Guruji. Next, Reverend Hyung-Yang Lee, Chairman of IAPD Korea, will extend his warm welcome to you. He is Chairman of the Korea Religious Association and Senior Vice Chairman of the Korean Clergy Leadership Conference. Let us warmly welcome Reverend Lee.
안녕하십니까. UPF 창설 15주년을 맞이하여 창설자 되시는 문선명 총재님, 한학자 총재님께 존경과 감사 인사를 올립니다. 이렇게 온라인으로 만나게 되니 새롭고 더 반갑습니다. 오늘 이 귀한 세미나를 주최하시는 UPF의 닥터 월시 의장님 감사합니다. 그리고 아시아 태평양의 UPF 의장이신 에크낙 다칼 의장님, 그리고 용정식 회장님 감사 인사를 드립니다. 한국의 문연아 의장님, 일본의 가죽구리 의장님께도 감사 인사를 드립니다. 좋은 파트너이신 각국의 IAPD 회장님들께도 사랑의 인사를 전합니다. 함께하신 아시아 태평양 그리고 일본과 한국의 종교 지도자 여러분 반갑습니다. 저는 한국종교협의회 한국과 아시아 IAPD 회장 이현영입니다. 반갑습니다. 여러분, 코로나19로 인하여 세상이 정지된 듯합니다. 한학자 총재님께서는 이런 때 통제하고 장벽을 만드는 것으로는 미래의 희망을 만들 수 없다고 하셨습니다. 한 총재님께서는 고난의 이 시기를 새롭게 생각하여 미래를 향한 힘을, 영성을 축적하는 때라고 당당히 말씀하셨습니다. 맞습니다. 종교인들은 영성을 강화시켜 미래로 나아가는 힘을 만들어 가야 할 때입니다. 서로를 연결하고 대화하여 더 큰 희망을 만들어 가야 할 때인 것입니다. 우리 최고의 스승이신 문선명 총재님께서는 국가나 세계의 많은 문제를 해결하는 방법은 사람이 서로를 위하여 존재한다는 원칙을 알아야 한다고 하셨습니다. 나만을 생각하고 내 국가, 내 종교만을 생각한다면 갈등만이 있을 뿐입니다. 우리 모두는 위하여 살아야 합니다. 인류 발전의 위대한 법칙은 경쟁을 통한 적자 생존이 아니라 이타주의에 있다는 것입니다. 우리 모두의 나라에는 큰 강이 있습니다. 그 강은 흘러서 결국 태평양 또는 인도양 등 큰 바다로 가게 됩니다. 종교도 각기 흐르는 듯 하지만 강으로 만나서 결국은 바다로 가는 것처럼 한 하나님을 만나는 것입니다. 어느 종교나 하나 되어 나아가고 결국은 부모 되시는 하나님의 품으로 들어간다는 것입니다. 우리 모두는 아시아의 일원입니다. 아시아는 많은 갈등이 있습니다. 경제, 종교, 국경, 역사 문제 등 정말 많습니다. 그러나 희망의 지역입니다. 전 세계에 가장 많은 사람이 아시아에 살고 있습니다. 가장 젊은이가 많은 곳 중에 하나입니다. 중요한 문명과 종교의 출발지이기도 합니다. 오늘 아시아가 희망을 만들어 가야 합니다. 오늘 IAPD의 대화가 희망의 사다리가 될 것입니다. 여러분, 우리는 정말 서로를 위하여 기도합시다. 위하는 실천을 합시다. 그래서 아시아 태평양 유니온의 꿈을 만들어 갑시다. 모든 물이 바다에서 만나듯 아시아가 희망의 공동체가 되는 아시아 태평양 유니온을 이루어 봅시다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have a message from Dr. Tong Yoon Kai, President of the Hong Kong Confucian Academy. He is also President of the Hong Kong Confucianism Association Limited, as well as the Vice Chairman of the International Confucian Association. Let us listen to his message now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to meet all of you here online in the midst of a pandemic that prevents us from gathering together, but not from sharing our ideas. I want to share with you today some thoughts about Confucianism and its relevance in the modern world. Unlike Western liberal thought, Confucian thinking fundamentally defines a person in relation to family and society and stresses harmony as an ideal. Thus, when conflicts arise, it is naturally inclined to win-win solutions. With the rise of China in world affairs and China's reawakened interest in its own philosophical roots, I predict that Confucian thinking will play an increasing important role on the world stage. The biggest challenges in the world today include extremism, violence, and terrorism. But a more pervasive challenge we face everywhere is a diminished moral consciousness, a lack of ethical consensus, and chaotic human behavior. Many conflicts today are due to the depletion of natural resources, which threatens insatiable human desire. Confucianism advocates self-control to moderate human desire, which avoids a sense of shame. It also teaches benevolence towards others, which cultivates self-respect. Let us consider how the basic principles of Confucianism can tackle the critical challenges of our time. Philosophies tend to simplify the motivation for human behavior. Western thought postulates self-preservation and self-interest as primary motivation for individuals and even for nations. The Western concept of justice is related to the protection of individual rights and interests. Confucianism, however, advocates benevolence as the primary motivation for right conduct and also as the standard of justice. In the Doctrines of the Mean, Confucius says, benevolence is the characteristic element of humanity. A true person should be benevolent or kind-hearted. This kind-heartedness applies first in the family, where ideally it is learned in childhood and practiced lifelong. But it does not stop there. Confucius teaches us to put ourselves in the place of others and to act with kindness and fair consideration for the concerns of others in all situations. On the social level, this means the pursuit of consensus and collective benefit. I would suggest that this approach, however imperfectly implemented, is one of the secrets to the economic success and social stability in East Asian nations today. On the national level, benevolence leads to peaceful coexistence between nations. It implies mutual respect and a mutual commitment to the search for a win-win solution to any conflict. It is the antithesis of tyranny or dominance over others. Many countries in the world are now trying to develop high-tech weapons so they will have the power to subdue each other by force. Attempts to subjugate by force leads to resistance. Between nations, this leads to wars. Between ethnic and religious groups, this leads to violence and terrorism. Confucianism advocates that people should be convinced, not forced. People can only be convinced by virtuous arguments and actions. In terms of governance, a Confucian approach would be based on benevolence and propriety. Confucius said, benevolence means restraining one's desire and practicing consistency in words and deeds. Confucian propriety is based on self-control. Thus, it cannot tolerate self-indulgent or corrupt leadership. Propriety suggests clearly standards of human behavior. A benevolent ruler or government must therefore embody the spirit of kindness and fairness in managing all relationships in order to ensure universal balance and harmony. The government must also promote the moral education of the populace, beginning with children to ensure a responsible citizenry and the application of moral standards in business, economics, finance, and all other areas. In Confucianism, the concept of propriety extends to the legal system. Of course, in ancient China, the emperor was the highest authority and was not subject to the law. If the emperor were devoted to self-cultivation and self-control, he would naturally be a benevolent ruler, but that was not always the case. Thus, abuses of power occurred. In the modern context, imperial power may be replaced by democratically elected leaders, yet that does not invalidate the Confucian ethical standard. Therefore, the differences between a Confucian social and legal system and a modern Western system would be the emphasis on the moral integrity of leaders and on collective benefit and fairness rather than on individual rights. Harmony is a core value in Confucianism. The Analects of Confucius says that in the actual practice of propriety, flexibility is important. The Chinese concept of harmony is not uniformity. It is consensus amidst differences. With the development of modern science, the earth is becoming smaller. People are closer together. Interactions between different cultures, philosophies, and religions are increasing. On one hand, this increases the likelihood of conflict between people. However, if every group strives to seek consensus while accepting differences, we can live together in harmony. I have dedicated my life to the promotions of Confucianism. I firmly believe that the Confucian principles of benevolence, faithfulness, compassion, and harmony can be fundamental to building a harmonious world. Thank you for your attention. I wish you all success in your endeavor and good health, both physically and spiritually. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tong. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Nazaruddin Umar, Grand Imam of Istiqlal Grand Mosque in Jakarta, Indonesia. He is a renowned Muslim scholar and founder of an Indonesian interfaith organization. He was Deputy Minister for Religious Affairs from 2011 to 2014. Please welcome Professor Dr. Nazaruddin Umar with a warm round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. The Honorable Thomas Q. Walls, PhD, Chairman of Universal Peace Federation, UPF International. The Honorable Ignaz Dakhar, Chairman of Universal Peace Federation, UPF Asia Pacific. And the Honorable anyone here that I couldn't mention one by one without decreasing my respect to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to express my gratitude to Allah, Lord of the universe, who has been giving us great opportunity and good health to enjoy this wonderful work and practice and participate in this great event by the Universal Peace Federation. May Allah always grant and all of us His extended protection from any hazard and menaces. Secondly, also allow me to especially thank for Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Thomas E. Walsh, PhD Chairman of Universal Peace Federation, UPF International, and also the Honorable Ignaz Dakhar, Chairman of Universal Peace Federation, UPF Asia Pacific, both who have kindly invited me to participate in this World Great Peace event. The world societies in every corner of this planet has demonstrated greater attention and raising phenomena of religiosity in any sense in the last 3 decades. Beautiful names of God are more frequently mentioned and constantly repeated in formal and non-formal space and meeting. Worship places have been constructed in greater and architecturally more beautiful and impressing such great individual financial contribution of religious societies. These holy places have been visited more frequently by more one hand. They couldn't deliver the authorities' policies to societies and by translating the message into language understood by the people. On the other hand, they must correct people's understanding of religious rhetoric and logic in dealing with the pandemic calamity. First, religious and spiritual leaders master their own religious language and expression. With this understanding of religious teaching, they could translate the policy and scientific languages of the pandemic into the religious languages, terminologies, and expressions. With the high respect of people to their traditional leaders and with their religious language, the people easily accept the message and good understanding of the pandemic will be understood by with the people. Second, religious and spiritual leaders have good understanding of religious principles and teaching. Without waiting new policies from authorities, they could begin by reminding the people religious teaching in facing new realities, especially related to pandemic. They could explore religious points of view of pandemic in their history. Allow me to take the case of Muslim societies in Indonesia in dealing with the pandemic. As the pandemic would change the way Muslims perform and observe Islamic rituals, Imam and other Muslim leaders have demonstrated that Islamic teachings are responsive and adjustable to any circumstance as long as those circumstances do not breach the principle of Islamic teaching. Muslims normally pray in congregation in mosque by leaning straight and impenetrable. And this has been prescribed and very strongly conserved by not still today. As people might be infected easily strong such right and impenetrable leaning. Imam and Muslim leaders have translated the policy such as the physical distancing into religious language. As a result, people easily accept it and keep praying in mosques with such physical distancing and other health protocols, such bring their own prayer mat, washing their hands with soap and water provided, and more religious societies across the world. Religiously, the spiritually related activities have constructed rise in various creative forms, offline and online, and many more evident that have been academically and scientifically proven. Ladies and gentlemen, however, making use of religion in order to cope with the calamity is not free from trade and deception. Few groups of religious society have shown a resistance to government policy to COVID-19 protocols. They maintain that seeking protection from God by performing rituals in congregation is more important than following the health protocols. With religious rhetoric and logic and their own thinking, they argue that the pandemic would not work in worship places. But circumstances, the rising religiously and the misconception of religious rhetoric certainly and strongly demonstrated the urgent need and a presence of religious and spiritual leaders among and with a society. These religious and spiritual leaders are playing such important positive double blade role. On the gate of mosque, wearing standard mask of face shield. One more example from the past. The success of family planning policy in Indonesia involved the important role of Muslim leaders and translating and developing and delivering such policy to the people. In addition, as respected traditionally, religious and spiritual leaders may be of very helpful, calling people to participate in any calamities by donating money through religious languages, crowdfunding, and charity on the name of religion has been an unique skill of religious leaders and could be made use to solve natural disasters and any calamities. This, I believe, would be supportive to government and other authorities. From this brief exploration, we may come into good perception of religious and spiritual leaders. Last but not least, I humbly would like to invite world leaders not to be concerned merged with politics and economics. As we have been watching lately, the authorities in any level, locally, nationally, regionally, and internationally, must work together with religious and spiritual leaders from anywhere. This would help much, not to say guarantee, the success of new policy from authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring here Indonesian experience of the role of religious and spiritual leaders in translating and delivering the message of new policy to the people. Surely not to consider it as the best practice, but to be one of God, to be one of good experience for order in dealing with new circumstances, including the COVID-19. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much, Imam Basar. Now we will hear from Right Reverend Yoshinobu Miyake, Chair of the Board of the International Shinto Studies Association in Japan. Reverend Miyake is a Japanese Shinto priest and scholar and was appointed Superior General of the Konko Church of Izuo in 2006. Let us welcome Reverend Yoshinobu Miyake.
So thank you, moderators. First of all, on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, founding of the United Nations, and the 15th anniversary of the UPF, on the issue of opportunity and hope at the time of global crisis, interdependent mutual prosperity, and universal value. I greatly appreciate having the opportunity to make a speech on behalf of Japanese religious leaders. Before giving my opinion, in order to share the provide the recognition of the history, I would like to divide the 75 years of history into the previous periods that are characterized by every 25 years after establishing the United Nations in 1945. And analyze each for the three perspectives, that is international politically, and economical, social, and religious culture. Then I will consider that the perspective is the centennial anniversary of the United Nations. What characterized the first quarter century, that is from 1945 to 1970, is that the internationally and politically, the Security Council system, by the absolute control of the victorious nation from the end of the World War II, has not functioned with the beginning of the Cold War. Economically and socially, rapid economic growth triggered by the post-war reconstruction progress around the world. The infrastructure of defeated countries such as Japan and Germany are destroyed completely by the bombing, but the push forward the drastic modernization of the productive facilities. It overcomes the victorious nation, the United Kingdom and France. And becomes the second and the third largest economic power following the UK and following the United States. However, this spread the value of economic ahead of all else. Among the people of developed countries, the traditional religious and cultural values have been abandoned and the secularization progressed remarkably. What characterized the second quarter century, that is from the 1970 to 1995, is the rise of people's power, international politics. The masses enriched by the first quarter century of economic growth began to insist anti-war or the peace movement in the West. Among them, a number of NGOs appeared with a strong international influence. On the east side, they overthrew the socialist dictatorship system centered by the Soviet Union. Economically and socially, people has conscious of the growth limit that is the negative legacy of the industrial economic growth, which is caused by the environmental pollution and the oil shock. In terms of the religion and culture, the counterculture and occurred enrolled a healthy civil society, and the rise of the religious fundamentalists against excessive secularism and attacked many people. What characterized the third quarter century, that is from 1995 to 2020, is the rise of non-state actors such as the Taliban, which is based on the extremism in the country of vulnerable governance basis. It seems that they are trying to fill the power vacuum following the collapse of the Cold War structure in the international politics. Terrorist attack by the non-state actors such as Al-Qaeda or Islamic State today is a memorial of the 9/11. Also, the frequency occurred in the Western country that should have won the Cold War. The industrial society, which has reached its limits at the time of the economic society, has shifted to the global finance economy, and the internet society, symbolized by Windows 95, has emerged. Also, it times the religion and culture, the people who used to be the information receiving side have become the information transmitting side due to the worldwide spread of mobile communication and the development of social network system. With the collapse of the dictatorship in the Middle East, which had been stagnated many years due to the Arab Spring, the progress was made flattening the hierarchy of the establishment authorities, include the religious community. As explained so far, by analyzing the changes in the world situation over the 75 years since the end of World War II. From the compound perspective, we can design the guideline what should religious people do in the upcoming fourth quarter century, aiming for the centennial anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. It seems in terms of the international politics, the biggest issue is that the communist state China openly challenges the world order of the Pax Americana. That was established as a result of the end of World War II. The Soviet Union once challenged the United States half centuries ago, but the overwhelming economic disparity between these two countries prevented Russia's ambition. But during the 2020s, as China's GDP will exceed that of the United States, China will avoid the same mistake as the Soviet Union did. Of course, that includes the dismantling the establishing the financial order with the US dollar as an international settlement currency. From the economic and social point of view, BATH, it means Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, Huawei of China. It's seeking to take place of GAFAM of the United States, who has been dominant in the global market along with the transition of industry from heavy industry to the information technology. In that sense, the United States and the People's Republic of China, where the competitive field expanding not only the military, but also the economic field, would have great negative impact on the world than during the Cold War. Now, China's greatest weakness is the religion and cultural element. In ancient time and Middle Age, no one would deny that China led the world by its religious and cultural powers. However, the fact that the current one-party dictatorship of the communist China denies the values of religion and cultures that was the greatest soft power of the Chinese civilization is attributed to the Muslim Uyghurs and the Buddhist Tibetans. It is also clear from the repression of the law, depriving the Hong Kong people of the political freedom and disregarding the copyrights of the anime, music, and game software. Unless their attitude is changed, it is clear that the people of the world will not respect the Chinese or adore the Chinese culture. In addition, China has spread COVID-19 throughout the world from the end of last year, and the pandemic of the coronavirus influenced already infected 27 million worldwide and killed 880,000 people. Even if if the COVID-19 ends due to the great cost and effort of the many people, it will probably continue to occur in the future in the globalized society in which the movement of people, goods and money expanding rapidly. A new infectious diseases originating in China will cause a pandemic. The etymology of the word religion in English is a Latin word religio, which means reconnect. Following the recommendation of the medical expert, governments are calling the people to get a social distance to deal with the infectious disease. What is why this UPF conference is also held in the remote style. However, neither the interdependence nor the mutual prosperity, which is a theme of this conference, cannot exist without human-to-human ties, and the United Nations cannot be established with nation and nation ties. Therefore, the religious leaders must proactively speak about the interdependence, mutual prosperity, and the universal value, regardless of the nationality or religious difference, in order to show the people opportunity and hopes in times of global crisis. Not only that, but those who the universal values such as human rights and freedoms, and hindered by the government. We must commit to that situation as much as possible. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your enlightening words. May I now introduce Venerable Ho Myung, General Secretary of the Taego Buddhist Order of Korea. Venerable Ho Myung has served as a member of the 10th and 11th Central Council of the Buddhist Taego Order. He also served as a head monk of the Sonamsa Temple, Taego Chongrim. Let us listen to Venerable Ho Myung.
코로나19로 전 세계가 큰 어려움에 직면하고 있습니다. 또 태풍을 비롯한 자연재해와 환경 파괴로 온 인류가 실험하고 있는 이 어려운 시기에 한국, 일본을 포함한 아시아 태평양 지역의 종교 지도자들이 인터넷을 통해 한자리에 모여 의미 있는 담론을 만들어 나가는 자리를 마련해 주심에 감사드립니다. 저는 이번 ILC 국제회의에 한국 불교를 대표해 발제를 하게 된 한국불교 태고종 총무원장 호명입니다. 저는 고통받는 인류와 사회 혼란을 지키면서 종교와 국가, 인종을 초월하여 세계의 평화를 위해서 한평생을 살아온 문선명 총재를 기억하게 됩니다. 세계의 가장 어려운 문제들 해결하기 위해 전면에서 진두지휘하면서 살아온 그분의 삶은 모든 인류의 희망이었습니다. 벌써 고 문선명 총재가 고인이 되신 지 8주년이 되었다고 합니다. 그분은 한국에서 출발한 종교의 지도자로서 온 인류에게 평화 세계의 가능성을 보여주셨습니다. 특히 종교가
세계 공동체에 이바지할 때 종교의 가치가 있다는 문선명 총재의 메시지와 그 삶은 모든 종교인의 표상이라고 생각합니다. 지금까지 종교는 각자의 방식으로 어려움에 부닥친 사람들을 구제해 왔습니다. 오래도록 종교인들은 국가가 돕지 못하는 이웃을 찾아 헌신적으로 도와왔습니다. 한국 불교도 한반도에 국난이 있을 때마다 백성들과 함께 하며 부처님의 대자대비하신 가르침을 실천해 왔습니다. 불교뿐만이 아니라 한국에 존재하는 종교 모두 자비심을 가지고 자신들의 방법으로 어려운 사람들을 돕고 있습니다. 종교 간의 평화를 통해서 갈등을 풀어나가는 방법을 하나하나 알려주며 상생의 가치를 보여주어야 합니다. 우리는 서로 만나지 못하는 비대면의 상황에서도 서로의 신뢰를 잃지 않고 협력해야 팬데믹이라는 이 위기를 극복할 수 있습니다. 지난 인류의 가호를 반복하지 않기 위해서 만들어진 유엔이 창설 75주년이 되었습니다. 이기적 욕망을 채우기 위한 많은 독재자나 범죄자가 만들어낸 국제 위기를 극복한 것은 유엔의 노력과 헌신이었다면 불가능했을 것입니다. 그러나 유엔이 창설된 이후에도 세계는 자국민만을 우선으로 하는 편협된 생각에서 벗어나지 못하고 크고 작은 갈등이 수없이 반복되고 있습니다. 유엔은 국제 평화와 안전을 유지하는 경찰이나 군인의 역할을 해야 합니다. 그러나 힘에 의한 평화는 한시적일 수밖에 없습니다. 항구적인 평화를 위해서는 마음의 스승이 필요합니다. 세계 평화를 이루기 위해서는 국가연합체인 유엔의 힘만으로는 부족합니다. 종교, 문화, 경제, 학술 등 모든 분야의 전문가들이 열린 사고로 협력해야 합니다. 특히 종교는 국가적 한계를 넘어 평화에 대한 공감을 확실시킬 힘이 있습니다. 첫째로 미래를 이끌어갈 청소년들에게 가장 중요한 교육인 상생의 지혜를 교육할 수 있습니다. 두 번째는 종교 지도자들은 인류 모두가 받아들일 수 있는 공동의 가치를 찾아 확산시켜야 합니다. 세계 평화를 위한 유엔의 노력이 성공하기 위해서는 종교 지도자들이 영적 지혜와 지지가 필수적입니다. 한국에서도 한국종교협의회를 중심하고 여러 종단과 종교단체가 함께 종교가 국민으로부터 신뢰받는 종교로 거듭나는 활동들을 지속적으로 해나가고 있습니다. 아시아 종교인들과 교류와 연대를 제안합니다. 오늘 이 자리를 통해 아시아 종교인들이 먼저 솔선수범하고 연대하여 종교 유엔, 즉 선두적으로 유엔을 이끌어 나가는 역할을 우리 종교가 다해 나가기를 기대해 봅니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your deep heart and wisdom. Our next speaker is Pastor Stephen or Suman Kim, co-chair of the Korean Clergy Leadership Conference. He is a respected pastor and educator at several Christian networks. He was also the director of the Global Network of Christian Ministries in Asia. Let us warmly welcome Pastor Stephen Kim.
Praise the Lord. I greetings in the name of Jesus Christ. I'm a co-chairman of Korea Christian Leadership Conference. Congratulations on the 8th anniversary seminar of Dr. Moon's Seonghwa. This seminar is very meaningful. This seminar opened for 15th anniversary of UPF ILC. Greetings to Dr. Wolsey, co-chairman of UPF International. Also, greetings to Dr. Ekret Dakal, chairman of Asia Pacific. As we know, Dr. Moon's life has greatly contributed to world peace and religious peace. Due to Dr. Moon's Seonghwa, our religious leaders will reach out to the world that has been suffered terribly by COVID-19 and give hope and strength and bring peace back into our lives. God intended to us to thrive and not just survive this pandemic. Therefore, we must start our challenges to move forward and not step back. In this pandemic, our natural human instincts wants to go back to where we were, how it was, and what we knew. However, we cannot go back to our past. We must follow God's call and look up to Him to head above. Now we should not back off, but have to take on a new challenge of moving forward. In this pandemic situation, our religious leaders must present new hope to mankind and set an example of peace. Therefore, our religious leaders need a new challenge to face the new world. For a new challenge, all our religious leaders need more prayers, more courage than ever before. Religious peace is needed more than ever. A renowned theologian Hans King said, I quote, "There is no peace of mankind without the peace of religion." Therefore, the peace between religions is desperately needed. Bringing peace to the religion requires active communication between religious leaders. Instead of waiting for other religions to reach out to us, our religious leaders need to reach out first. For facing out to other religious leaders, we need a sacrifice of times and materials. Let us present new hope for a better world to mankind in this pandemic. And for this, let's gather our hearts and work together toward religious peace. Let's get together Let's learn peace together. Let's share peace together. Let's teach peace together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor Kim. Please allow me to introduce our next speaker, Reverend Jenny Chalmers, an Anglican priest from New Zealand. She's the original convener of the Auckland Interfaith Council and the founding Christian co-chair of the Wellington Abrahamic Council. Jenny is proud to have been an ambassador for peace for over 20 years. Reverend Jenny, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ursula McLachlan. Thank you so much. And warm greetings to Reverend Hyun Young Lee and to Dr. Thomas Walsh. I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce myself to you in the native language of this country, Aotearoa, New Zealand, in Te Reo Māori. If I'm lucky, the translation will come up on the bottom of my screen. If it doesn't, I'll just translate as we go along. Ko tēnā koutou katoa, ko takitini tōku waka, ko kāwaro tōku mana, ko uamatanga tōku mana, ko ngāri whakanui ki wārua, ko hōrana wārui me whakanau ki wārua, ko tēnā My ethnic group is Kahanunu Kiwararapa. My marae, that is the place where I am known, is Hurunui-Orangi and Papawai, just down the road. My name is Jenny Chalmers. I live in Taupo. Thank you. Firstly, let me greet you all, Te Hei Māori Ora, and particularly Te Taha Wairua, the things that are spiritual. Ko te mea tuatahi ka mihi o ki te atua nana neina me katoa. Then I have to acknowledge God, the creator of all things. Ina mate o ia marae, oti matu, haere, haere, haere. And let me acknowledge all of those who have died or ascended, particularly at this time, Father Moon, the founder of our movement, and my friend and mentor, John Didsbury, and particularly tonight, those who were killed in the Christchurch mosque shootings a year ago. So I've introduced myself as a person from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Any Kiwi from anywhere around the world knows now who I am and which part of New Zealand I come from, who my parents are, where I am known, who I am, not just physically who I am, although this is a part of it, but physically and spiritually who I am, who I identify with. And in this forum, where we celebrate 75 years of the United Nations, it's fitting that we know who we are, where we come from, who we identify with both physically and perhaps more importantly, spiritually. In terms of the introduction of myself and where I come from, I've just given you, I've shown that my spirituality is an integrated part of myself, as it might be with everyone. The spiritual cannot be divorced from the physical. And whether we develop our spirituality or whether, which is easily, we let it die dormant, it doesn't much matter. But we here in this forum, by the very nature of our various callings as religious leaders, have chosen to develop the religious parts of ourselves. If you're like me, there was no other choice. Kiwis are very fond of saying that we live in a secular society. The census figures tell us that only about a half of us believe in God, any God. Until recently, I wouldn't have willingly introduced myself as an Anglican priest at a place where I wasn't known. It invited scorn, contempt, pitying glances. But things have changed. Part of the change has come about by good leadership, both by government and religious leaders, and as a result of a huge tragedy. Everyone here will know that on the 15th of March 2019 in Christchurch, an unnamed gunman entered 2 mosques in Christchurch and killed 51 Muslims who were either praying or on their way to pray. As well as the dead, another 40 people were injured. The mosque is a place of sanctuary, a place where Muslims seek comfort and solace, a place of freedom from racist slurs, comments, gestures, and looks in a country which can be casually racist. In a country where racism is currently the norm, it wasn't unusual to have negative comments or to be jostled if one was wearing a hijab. Our Prime Minister put on a hijab that day and wore it for the next week. And since then, whenever she went to a mosque, the following Friday, many women and I, although I'm an Anglican priest, a Christian, wore a hijab on that day, attended mosques, and joined Muslims for midday prayers. Of the gunman, Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, in a moment of exceptional leadership, said at the time he deserved a lifetime of complete and utter silence. She did not then, and has never said his name. A year later, she said, "I believe New Zealand and its people have fundamentally changed. I can't see how you can have an event like this and not. But the challenge for us will be ensuring that in our everyday actions and in every opportunity where we see bullying, harassment, racism, discrimination, calling it out as a nation." A very simple statement of what is a reality for us. As a result of the Christchurch terrorism event, we, our community, our society, how we view difference, how we view religion, and the practice of religion changed. As well as that, in an unprecedented way, as we all know and have been affected by, COVID-19 moved across and around the world. In New Zealand, we've been very lucky. Only 125 people have died from it, though over 1,000 of them have contracted the disease. Again, our Prime Minister set the scene in an extraordinary message when she announced that we were being locked down, not allowed out of our houses for 6 weeks, except for essential reasons, that we should be kind to each other. And she's kept and keeps reminding us to be kind to each other. What a difference in community attitudes this has made. Well, a week ago, the mosque massacre gunman was sentenced for his crime. The first time anyone in Aotearoa, New Zealand, has been charged and convicted of terrorism. At his sentencing, the families of those who were killed and those who were injured had a chance to make, in court, in the presence of the convicted killer, and to his face, what we call victim impact statements. The victim impact statements are the most profound statements of grief and loss, and also profound statements of forgiveness. You can read all of these statements on the Guardian website, but I've chosen a few of the positive ones. And these are Muslims speaking to the gunman. "I have decided to forgive you, Mr. X, because I don't have hate. I don't have revenge. The damage is done. Hussein will never be here. I have only one choice, to forgive you." Here in New Zealand, everyone's life is precious, even yours. Our laws are not based on an eye for an eye, but on justice and fairness. Even a murderer has a chance to be forgiven. That's what I've done. I've forgiven you. And then there were the most profound statements on interfaith matters. "You've shown New Zealand how important multiculturalism is, how important it is to be a diverse society. We are not broken because of your actions. We are now an even more integrated society." And since the events of the 15th of March, I've been able to openly share about my faith As I've noticed more tolerance and acceptance of others within New Zealand community, I am stronger internally for what has happened. Well, you can't estimate the pain of the nearly 100 friends and families who suffered loss in this catastrophe, but you can see that whatever the gunman's intentions were, in fact, his actions catalyzed the most public statements of forgiveness, public statements of how the religion of Islam works. The terrorist caused the spotlight to shine on strangers and refugees who'd settled here, people not like us, and allowed us to embrace those bereft and bereaved families in ways that never would have happened otherwise. Again, public examples of empathy and love, in the language of my people, aroha. Unfortunately, we're not the only country, the only community, the only society divided and affected by hate based on difference. The nightly news reports tell us that universal hate is based on difference. And speaking past that dreadful massacre and the other hateful crimes we witness daily, the global crisis of COVID-19 has precipitated calls us to further individual public action. As religious leaders, we have to set the model of being kind, of being compassionate, of being empathetic. We have all sets of teachings, stories, which are our mainstay, our cornerstone, and the very essence of our lives. These actions of forgiveness, empathy, and kindness, of loving the other, of care for the other, the neighbor, of simple universal values, values which are the basis of all of our religions. We can no longer be secure and smug in our own particular religion or set of religious beliefs. If COVID-19 and the Christchurch massacre has taught us anything, it's taught us that we're all interrelated, that we all depend on each other for everything, for life itself. Our roles, what we do and say as religious leaders, has never been more important. It's time for the United Nations to take this seriously, to recognize and acknowledge the importance of the spiritual of our world. Wahiti tōpoto. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, ka kite. And the translation, let us stand together and not fall apart. Therefore, thank you and farewell. I'll see you again. Goodbye.
Thank you, my dear sister Jenny. We are happy to have gotten to know you. May I now introduce our next speaker, Samdech Ki Sobanratana, Acting President of the Preah Sihanouk Raja Buddhist University in Cambodia. He is Chief Abbot of the Mongkonval Temple in Phnom Penh and Deputy Secretary General of the Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace. Samdech Ki Sobanratana, please.
Greeting to everyone. Greeting to Dr. Jam Han Moon, co-founder UPF, Dr. Thomas Walsh, Chairman UPF International, Mrs. Ursula McLachlan, Regional Coordinator IAPP Asia Pacific, Venerable monks, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure and honor to have been invited to be a speaker on this panel today as a part of IAPP Asia Pacific and Universal Peace Federation under the theme the 75th anniversary of the UN, the role of religious leaders. As we all know, religious leaders have played an important role in every sphere of life of all people, regardless of denominations and faith. People have had religions or faith from the time immemorial. From the inception of human beings, people have faith. And along their belief and faith, they have their leaders. And religious leaders have transferred the essence and the meanings of their religion and faith to the followers. So in this sense, religious leaders play a very important role in guiding, in shaping, and in leading the people in all religions, in all countries, and in the world. So religious leaders have been regarded as the leaders who are close to the followers and to the people, and they know the heart of their followers and the people. Their followers regard them as their second fathers or mothers for the fact that they speak directly to the people and they live along and work closely with the people at all levels, especially at the grassroots level. So religious leaders are very important in the UN mission, especially in the UN goals to achieve the goals of the UN. Religious leaders have important role to play, and religious leaders can shape their life of the followers towards achieving the UN goals in the 21st century. Especially the religious leaders have to be knowledgeable in the UN goals, Millennium Goals, and also trying to work for peace, well-being, and prosperity of all the peoples, not only for their religious followers, and for the peace and harmony and prosperity of the world. And that concurs with the Universal Peace Federation goals, which all the leaders at all levels of UPF have been trying to promote peace and to guide the people to live with harmony, peace, especially in brotherhood with one another, from one nation to another nations, and from one country to another country, and in all the regions in the world. Religious leaders are the person who play the central role in gather the followers to work for any objective, for any goal. So religious leaders have to be equipped with all the wisdom and all the expertise in their religions and also in other religions. They have to know other religion as well in order to promote peace, harmony, and prosperity. And they have to speak with the benevolent words and language so that people will not have any discrimination or any animosity with one another, especially the religious conflict and religious discrimination. So I hope that the programs of the UPF, especially in celebration of the 75th UN anniversary, the religious leaders will have the opportunity to strengthen and to work more toward peace, harmony, and prosperity in the world. I thank you for your kind attention and for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Our last but not the least speaker is none other than Dr. Tagildin Hamad, Vice President of UPF International. He is Director of the Office of UN and International Relations. Dr. Hamad is also Chairman of the World Association of Non-Governmental Organizations, or WANGO. As the International IAPD Coordinator, Dr. Taj Hamad will be giving the concluding remarks. Let's welcome Dr. Hamad.
Thank you, Mrs. McLaughlin. Peace, shalom, and salamu alaikum from New York. Special appreciation and greetings to the distinguished speakers. I pray and hope your family are healthy and safe in this challenging time. Our heart goes out to those who are suffering as a result of COVID-19 crisis and other global calamities. We remember today those who lost their lives on September 11 because of terrorism. On this 8th anniversary of his ascension, special and fond remembrance of Father Moon, who still live in our hearts. Building on decades of interreligious conferences and dialogue held worldwide by UPF, Mother Moon founded as a project of UPF, the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development. IAPD inaugurated in Korea on November 13, 2017. In 2018, inaugural conventions were held on 6 continents around the world. Over 23,000 religious leaders participated in IAPD events held in 93 nations. IAPD harnessed the goodwill and wisdom of religions and faith-based NGOs, called to play a unique and essential role in bringing about a world of lasting peace, a world in which people of all nationalities, ethnicities, races, culture, and world views are called to live together in mutual respect, harmony, and cooperation. A world
that the founders of UPF call Heavenly Parents Holy Community. Peace is a hope. Peace is a hope for all ages, but it seems to be so distant even now. Peace is a magical word. Peace is emotional. It's like love. You have to live for the sake of the other. Interreligious dialogue is important, but even more important is to move beyond dialogue to working together. Religious leaders need to work in partnership with each other. They are collaborators, not competitors. The other is not the enemy. The enemy now is COVID-19, which divided the world, separated people, and created insecurities, fear, and loneliness. IAPD is needed at this time to bring oneness, compassion, comfort, and security. While nations are individually racing to find vaccine for COVID-19, IAPD could help nations to race towards unity, togetherness, and love, the ultimate vaccine for all ills. It's worth noting that by connecting and working together, we can overcome this crisis of COVID-19 and rightfully any other crisis we may face in the future. The wisdom of all religions is needed in all multilateral institutions, especially at the United Nations, where God, the origin of peace, is rarely mentioned or called to help create the peace that the United Nations was originally created to achieve. On August 18, 2000, Father and Mother Moon at the United Nations headquarters in New York proposed establishment of an interreligious council at the United Nations. Few years later, a focal point for interreligious dialogue was established in the office of the UN Secretary General. Later on, the United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution to celebrate the first week of February every year as World Interfaith Harmony Week. UPF was a partner with the President of the General Assembly in organizing the first celebration of the UN General Assembly at the UN General Assembly. Thousands of religious leaders were in attendance. Last December, the General Assembly adopted 3 resolutions. Resolution A-74476 emphasized the importance of fostering interreligious and intercultural dialogue. Every year, UPF chapters worldwide organize events related to interreligious dialogue, World Interfaith Harmony Week, and other similar events. We applaud the leadership of Dr. Hak Jahan Moon and her late husband, Dr. Sun Myung Moon, for their vision, work over many decades to advance the process of peace and development. The UN International Day of Peace is observed yearly on September 21. The theme for this year is Shaping Peace Together. Such is an opportunity for IAPD to work in partnership with the UN. After all, the role of religious leader is to be peace builder, peacemaker, and peace giver. Moreover, in this partnership, women and youth should be included as very important partners. My friend Ambassador Chowdhury, former UN General, said yesterday, there is no peace without development, and there is no development without peace. Most important, there is no peace or development without women and youth. A wise person once said, alone I can't say, but together we can talk. Alone I can enjoy, but together we can celebrate. Alone, I can smile, but together we can laugh. Let us talk, celebrate, and laugh while building peace and developing loving relationships. Happy UPF 15th anniversary, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Taj Hamad. Unfortunately, our time is up and we cannot have our question and answer session. So the only solution is that we quickly, Dr. Taj, you convene another meeting where we can continue our discussions. I think everybody will be very happy. And I also hope that our audience participating via live streaming have enjoyed this program and look forward to further exciting sessions tomorrow and the day after. Please be reminded that tomorrow's program will begin at 10 a.m. Bangkok time with session 5, a tribute to the Universal Peace Federation from 2005 to 2020, highlighting the contributions of UPF in building a world of peace. Goodbye and have a wonderful evening. For some of you, good night.
Thank you very much, Dr. Taj Hamad, Mrs. Ursula, and all the wonderful panelists, our respected.